This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I never thought I'd actually write this down, but I need to get it out of my head. I've been carrying this for over 4 years now. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to me and my fellow officers that November in 2018. I was working night shift at Boston PD, District C11 in Dorchester. Normal stuff. I'd been on the force for 7 years by then, and night patrol had become second nature. Was Michael Mitchell, badge number 4732. That night started like any other. I grabbed coffee from the 24-hour Dunkin' on Dorchester Ave, black, 2 sugars, checked my gear, and hit the streets around 10 p.m. Weather was typical November in Boston, cold enough to see your breath, but no snow yet. I remember feeling unusually alert that night, like my senses were dialed up a notch. I figured it was just the coffee. Around midnight, I started getting this weird pressure behind my eyes. Not painful, just present, like when you're about to get a headache but it never quite develops. I remember rubbing my temples at a stoplight thinking I needed to cut back on caffeine or get my eyes checked. The first really strange thing happened around 1 in the morning. I was driving down a residential street when I suddenly felt compelled to turn left onto Glendale Street. Not like a hunch, more like my body was driving on autopilot. Before dispatch could even send out the call, I was pulling up to a house where a domestic disturbance was in progress. I was there a full 3 minutes before the 911 call even came through on my radio. When dispatch finally called it in, I was already separating the couple. The woman looked at me like I was some kind of psychic. "How did you know?" she kept asking. I mumbled something about routine patrols, but inside I was freaking out. How did I know? By 2 a.m. things got worse. My partner, Davis, kept giving me strange looks. Finally, at a gas station stop, he pulled me aside. "Mitch, you feeling okay? You look like shit, man." I checked myself in the bathroom mirror and nearly jumped back. My skin had this grayish cast to it, like all the blood had drained from my face. But the really disturbing part was my eyes. My pupils were fully dilated, almost black circles with just a thin ring of brown around them, and I felt cold. Not like I was feeling cold, but like my body temperature had dropped. The weirdest part, I wasn't scared. I should have been terrified seeing myself like that, but I felt nothing, absolutely nothing. Like my emotions had been switched off. I just stared at my reflection, analyzing the changes with detached curiosity. "I'm fine," I told Davis when I came out. He didn't look convinced, but we continued our shift. For the rest of the night, I noticed I could see perfectly in the dark. We responded to a call in an unlit alley, and Davis was fumbling with his flashlight while I could make out every detail. The graffiti on the walls, a rat scurrying behind a dumpster, even the serial number on a discarded phone 20 feet away. It was like someone had installed night vision in my eyes. At the end of my shift, the sergeant noticed my appearance and sent me straight to Mass General. The doctors were baffled. My core temperature was 95 degrees, but I wasn't showing any symptoms of hypothermia. My neurological scans showed activity patterns they'd never seen before. One doctor, Dr. Reese, got really excited and kept taking samples of my blood, muttering about unprecedented protein structures and neurotransmitter modifications. They wanted to keep me for observation, but I refused. I felt fine. Better than fine, actually. Just different. They made me take a week of medical leave, which I spent mostly in my apartment, noticing new changes. I could hear my neighbors 3 floors up having whispered conversations. I could smell what everyone in the building was cooking. Most disturbing of all, I started having what I can only describe as premonitions. I'd think about a place or situation, and hours later I'd see it on the news. When I returned to work the next week, I discovered I wasn't alone. Jenkins from the 4th, Rodriguez and Patel from my district, Santos from traffic division, they were all showing the same symptoms. Gray skin, dilated pupils, lowered body temperature, and that same emotional flatness I was experiencing. By the end of 2 weeks, 19 officers across Boston's night shift units had changed. The department tried to keep it quiet, forming a special task force to investigate what was happening to us. Meanwhile, they kept us on duty because, and this is the part that gets really weird, we were becoming incredibly effective cops. We started arriving at crime scenes before the calls came in. All of us. Like we could sense trouble brewing. I'd be driving and suddenly know I needed to be at the corner of Washington and Talbot, and I'd get there just as a robbery was about to go down. The perps never even had a chance to pull their weapons. We stopped using flashlights entirely. None of us needed them anymore. We could see in pitch darkness as if it were twilight, and we could communicate with each other somehow, without radios or phones. I'd be thinking about needing backup, and within minutes, another affected officer would just show up, no call necessary. The department brass was split between being terrified of us and being amazed at our effectiveness. Crime rates in night shift areas dropped 40% in 3 weeks. Then came December 15th. I'll never forget that date. I was patrolling near Franklin Park around 1 a.m. when it hit me, this overwhelming compulsion. I stopped my cruiser in the middle of the street, got out, and just stood there facing north. I couldn't move, didn't want to move. It was like my body had become a compass needle locked on magnetic north. Later I learned that at that exact same moment, all 18 other affected officers did exactly the same thing, wherever they were in the city. Some abandoned traffic stops, others walked out of active crime scenes. One even left in the middle of getting coffee. All of us, standing motionless, facing north. It lasted exactly 7 minutes. Witnesses later reported that our eyes had started glowing, not reflecting light like animals' eyes do, but actually producing a faint bluish light. When it ended, I felt different again. Connected. I got back in my cruiser and drove straight to headquarters without being called in. I knew the others would be there too, and they were, all of us arriving within minutes of each other, pulling into the parking lot in perfect synchronization. That's when the hive mind behavior began. We could finish each other's sentences. We moved in unison without planning. In the conference room, when the captain asked what had happened, we all started speaking in perfect rotation, each picking up exactly where the last left off, describing the compulsion we felt. The brass was properly freaked out now. They brought in specialists, neurologists, epidemiologists, even people from some government agencies who didn't show ID. They tested us, scanned us, interrogated us. That's when they found the protein, some synthetic compound that had somehow gotten into our systems and was altering our brain chemistry. The real breakthrough came when a cryptographer analyzing our radio transmissions discovered something hidden in the background static, data packets embedded at frequencies just below human hearing. When played back at the right speed, they contained what sounded like instructions, code words that somehow activated the protein in our brains. They traced the signal to an abandoned military research facility in New Hampshire, some Cold War relic where they'd apparently been developing enhanced soldiers for night operations. The project had supposedly been shut down in the 80s, but clearly someone had reactivated it, using us as unwitting test subjects. The department tried everything to reverse what was happening to us. Medications, radiation therapy, even experimental treatments. Nothing worked. The protein had integrated too deeply into our neural pathways. Eventually, they stopped trying to fix us and instead formed an elite night shift unit, all 19 of us working together. Our arrest records were off the charts. We could predict criminal activity before it happened, communicate silently across the city, see and hear things no normal officer could. But we were losing ourselves. Day by day, I felt less like Michael Mitchell and more like part of this collective. My personal memories started fading, replaced by shared awareness with the others. I stopped visiting my parents on Sundays, stopped calling my college friends. My apartment became just a place to rest between shifts, bare of personal items or photos. Our reports became increasingly strange, filled with references to patterns and frequencies only we could perceive. We'd write about harmonic disturbances in high crime areas or temporal anomalies preceding certain types of criminal activity. The report reviewers started needing translators just to understand what we were documenting. The worst part was the knowledge that we were still changing, still becoming something else, something not quite human. Last week, I found myself standing in my bathroom at 4 in the morning, staring at my reflection. My skin has gone beyond gray now. It's almost translucent in places. My eyes don't look like eyes anymore, just black pools with that faint blue luminescence. I haven't felt a genuine emotion in months. I know the others are experiencing the same progression. We're changing into something else, something designed for a purpose we don't fully understand yet. Sometimes, in the few hours I manage to sleep, I dream of signals coming from somewhere far away, calling us to something bigger. The others dream it too. We've compared notes. I'm writing this down now because I still have enough of Michael Mitchell left in me to be afraid of what's happening, even if I can't actually feel the fear anymore. I'm worried that soon there won't be enough of me left to even care. If you're reading this and you work night shifts, especially in law enforcement, be careful. Listen for patterns in the static. Watch for changes in yourself or your colleagues. It's still happening. We're still changing, and we're not the only ones. Story 2. I've been holding this in for so long that it's actually a relief to finally write it down. I'm not really sure if anyone will believe me, but I need to get this off my chest. It's been 14 years, and I still take the long way around that damn road. I grew up in Deming, New Mexico, small town, nothing much happening, just desert and mountains in the distance. If you've never been here, it's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and the highlight of the week is Friday night football. I was 19, had just graduated high school a month earlier, and was dating this girl named Maria who lived on the outskirts of town. To get to Maria's house, there was this shortcut called Hermanus Road. It's just a dirt road, maybe 2 football fields long, connecting the main highway to a residential area. During the day, it's nothing special, just a bumpy dirt road that rattles your teeth and occasionally busts a tire if you're not careful. But at night, man, at night it's different. Everyone in town has stories about Hermanus Road. Most people laugh them off as urban legends or drunk teenagers seeing things. I used to be one of those people. I'd driven that road hundreds of times, taking Maria home after dates, and nothing ever happened. It was just a crappy road. That all changed in June, about a month after graduation. I was driving my Nissan Frontier, nothing fancy, just a dependable truck I'd saved up for working at my uncle's auto shop. It was around 6 in the evening, still plenty of daylight. I was heading to Maria's place when I noticed something off to the side of the road. A car flipped over in the mesquite brush. My heart dropped to my stomach. I immediately pulled over and jumped out. The car was upside down, and there was this guy, couldn't have been more than 20, crawling out of the driver's side window. Blood was running down his face from a cut on his forehead. I ran over to help him, asking if he was okay, if anyone else was in the car. "I don't know what happened," he kept saying, his eyes wide and unfocused. "I don't know what happened. I somehow lost control. Something pulled me off the road." I called 911 and stayed with him until the ambulance arrived. The paramedic said he was in shock, which explained his rambling. The police came too and took my statement. They figured he'd just been driving too fast on the loose gravel. Looking back, that should have been my first warning. About a week later, I was driving down Hermanus Road around sunset. Something caught my eye at the edge of the road, a dead pit bull. Now, finding dead animals in rural New Mexico isn't exactly uncommon, but something about this one was off. The way it was positioned looked almost staged, like someone had carefully arranged it. Its legs were splayed out dramatically, and its head was twisted at an unnatural angle facing the road. I remember thinking it was weird, but I kept driving. Later that same night, around 11, I was heading back home after dropping Maria off. As I approached the spot where I'd seen the dead dog, I slowed down, morbidly curious if it was still there. It wasn't. Not a trace. No blood. No fur. Nothing, just gone. I told myself someone must have moved it, but something about it left me feeling uneasy. The second incident happened a couple weeks later. I was coming back from Maria's house at around 1 in the morning. The road was pitch black, no streetlights out there, just my headlights cutting through the darkness. About halfway down Hermanus, I spotted someone standing on the side of the road, frantically waving their arms. My first thought was that they needed help. Maybe their car broke down or something. I slowed down, pulling toward the shoulder. As my headlights fully illuminated the figure, they suddenly stopped waving. It was a man, or at least it looked like a man, wearing what seemed like a dark jacket and jeans. But his face, I couldn't make out his features clearly, but something felt wrong. He just stood there, arms now at his sides, staring at me with this strange look. Not scared, not relieved that someone had stopped to help, just watching. I hesitated, my hand on the gear shift. Something in my gut was screaming at me not to get out of the truck. The figure took a step backward, and I swear to God it was like he just disappeared. 1 second he was there, the next he was gone. I hit the gas and got the hell out of there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he ducked into the brush. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I knew what I saw, or rather, what I didn't see. I didn't tell anyone about these incidents. Who would believe me? Even Maria would have thought I was making stuff up for attention. But I started getting anxious every time I had to drive down that road, especially at night. I'd find myself gripping the steering wheel tighter, checking my mirrors more often, driving a little faster than was safe on that gravel. Then came the night that changed everything. It was late July, around midnight. I had stayed at Maria's longer than planned. Her parents were out of town, and we lost track of time watching movies. The night was moonless, darker than usual. As I turned onto Hermanus Road, I felt that familiar uneasiness creep in. The road seemed quieter than normal, no crickets or distant coyotes, just silence. My truck started shaking as soon as the tires hit the gravel, which was normal. But then the shaking got worse, way worse than the usual bumps. It felt like my whole truck was vibrating, like I was driving over a washboard at 60 miles per hour, even though I was only going about 25. The steering wheel jerked in my hands, and I tightened my grip, thinking I'd hit a particularly bad patch of road. But the shaking didn't stop. If anything, it got more violent. And then, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl, my truck started accelerating on its own. I swear I wasn't pressing the gas pedal harder, but the speedometer crept up, 30, 35, 40 miles per hour, way too fast for a dirt road. I pressed the brake, but it felt like something was fighting me, like there was a force pushing against my foot, or like the brake pedal itself was resisting. The truck kept speeding up, and now it was veering toward the right side of the road, toward the ditch. "What the fuck?" I remember shouting, wrestling with the steering wheel. It was like trying to turn against a powerful current. My arms strained with the effort, and sweat was pouring down my face. The truck continued to pull right, toward the ditch and the mesquite bushes beyond. I was fighting with everything I had to keep it on the road, but it was like something invisible was grabbing the side of my truck and pulling it off the road. The steering wheel was hot in my hands, literally hot to the touch, and I could smell something burning. My headlights swept across the brush as the truck angled toward the ditch. For a split second, I thought I saw something standing among the mesquite, a dark figure just watching. But I couldn't focus on that because I was about to crash. The front right tire hit the ditch, and the truck lurched violently. The impact threw me forward against my seatbelt, knocking the wind out of me. The truck plowed into a cluster of mesquite bushes and finally stopped. For a few seconds, I just sat there, gasping for breath, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The engine was still running, but the truck wasn't moving anymore. The only sound was my ragged breathing and the idle of the engine. When I finally got my bearings, I put the truck in reverse and carefully backed out of the brush. The truck responded normally now, the steering working as it should. As soon as I was back on the road, I floored it. I didn't care about the bumps or the risk of blowing a tire. I just needed to get off that road as fast as possible. When I got home, I checked my truck for damage. There were scratches from the mesquite branches and some dents in the front bumper, but nothing major. What freaked me out was the handprint, a large, human-looking handprint, smudged on the passenger side window. It wasn't mine, and no one else had been in my truck that day. I never drove down Hermanus Road again after that night. I started taking the long way to Maria's house, adding 15 minutes to the drive. She thought I was being ridiculous when I tried to explain, so eventually I stopped trying. We broke up a few months later when I left for community college in Las Cruces. Fast forward to when I was 33. I was back in Deming visiting family, and my younger brother was driving us around. Without thinking, he turned onto Hermanus Road as a shortcut. Even though it was broad daylight, even though 14 years had passed, I felt that same cold dread wash over me the moment the tires hit the gravel. My palms started sweating, and my heart was racing. I must have gone pale because my brother asked if I was okay. "Just get off this road," I told him. "Now." He looked at me like I was crazy, but turned around anyway. Later, I finally told him the whole story. He listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "You know," he finally said, "there have been 6 accidents on that road in the last 10 years. 3 fatalities, all single-vehicle accidents, all at night, all with the driver saying they lost control for no reason. I think about that kid with the flipped car sometimes, the one who said, 'Something pulled me off the road.' I wonder if he felt what I felt that night, if he fought against that invisible force and lost. I wonder if he still avoids Hermanus Road like I do. I don't have an explanation for what happened. Maybe it was some kind of magnetic anomaly. Maybe it was my imagination playing tricks on me. Or maybe, and this is what keeps me up some nights, maybe there really is something on that road, something that doesn't want people passing through, something that watches and waits, and when it feels like it, reaches out to pull you into the darkness. All I know for sure is that I'll never drive down Hermanus Road again, not for anything." Story 3. I've never told this story to anyone, but I need to get it off my chest. Even writing about it makes my hands shake, and I've had to delete and rewrite this 3 times already. I grew up in rural Pennsylvania, in a small house nestled between farmland and old-growth forest. We had about 2 acres of land, with dense woods starting right behind our backyard. Those woods stretched for miles, all the way to the next town over. I used to love those woods. My dad and I would go hiking every weekend when I was younger. We'd identify birds, collect interesting rocks, and he'd teach me about which plants were safe to touch and which weren't. By the time I was 17, I knew those trails like the back of my hand, or at least I thought I did. It was the summer before my senior year when everything changed. My dad mentioned at dinner that something had been getting into our vegetable garden. Mom suggested deer, but Dad shook his head and said the damage wasn't consistent with deer. Whatever it was had pulled entire plants out by the roots and left weird, shallow holes in the soil. "Probably raccoons," he said, but he didn't sound convinced. The next day, Dad asked me to help him build a fence around the garden. It was hot as hell, and we were both sweating buckets as we dug post holes. That's when I first heard it, whispering coming from the tree line. I stopped digging and looked over, but there was nothing there, just the usual wall of trees and undergrowth. "You hear that?" I asked my dad. He wiped sweat from his forehead. "Hear what?" "That whispering, like people talking really quietly." Dad listened for a moment, then shrugged. "Probably just the wind in the trees." But there wasn't any wind, not even a breeze. I tried to ignore it and get back to work, but the whispers continued on and off all afternoon. They weren't clear enough to make out actual words, just a constant faint susurration that seemed to be coming from deep within the forest. That evening, after dinner, I decided to check it out. The sun was getting low in the sky, but there was still plenty of light. I told my parents I was going for a walk and headed out back toward the woods. The whispering had stopped, but I felt drawn to the forest anyway. I followed an old logging trail that cut through the trees. It wasn't maintained anymore, but locals still used it for hiking. I'd been down this path hundreds of times before. There was nothing scary about it in the daylight, at least there never had been before. About a mile in, something felt off. The birds had gone quiet, and the usual forest sounds were muted. I kept walking, and that's when I saw it. A clearing I'd never noticed before, which was impossible because I'd hiked this trail so many times, I could practically do it blindfolded. The clearing was a perfect circle, maybe 30 feet across. The ground was bare dirt, except for a patch of dead, yellowed grass. In the center stood a tall, rotting tree stump covered in deep scratches that looked like they'd been made by something with claws. The air felt wrong, colder than it should have been on a summer evening, and heavy somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. What really freaked me out were the trees surrounding the clearing. They had symbols carved into their trunks, circles, spirals, and jagged lines that didn't look like any language I'd ever seen. They weren't fresh carvings either. The bark had grown around them, suggesting they'd been there for years. I stood at the edge of the clearing, trying to process what I was seeing. That's when I noticed someone, or something, standing at the far edge, half hidden in the shadows between two large oaks. It was shaped like a man, but all wrong. He was impossibly thin, like someone who'd been stretched out. His arms hung down past his knees, and he stood completely still, watching me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and weak in the silence of the clearing. The figure didn't respond or move. It just stood there. Then, slowly, it tilted its head to one side like a curious dog. That movement was enough to let me see its face, or what passed for one. Its skin was gray and sunken, pulled tight across a skull-like face. The eyes were too large, too dark, and didn't blink. But the worst part was its mouth, stretched into a thin smile that revealed teeth that were too sharp, too numerous, and definitely not human. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran. The forest that had always been so familiar suddenly felt alien and hostile. Trees that I'd known my whole life seemed to lean in toward the trail. Roots I'd stepped over 100 times before now seemed to reach for my ankles. I swear the trail kept shifting, branches appearing where none had been before. All the while I felt eyes on my back. I didn't dare look behind me, afraid of what I might see. The whispering returned, louder now, coming from all directions. Still no distinct words, just urgent, insistent murmuring that seemed to follow me through the woods. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached. When I finally broke free of the tree line into our backyard, I doubled over, gasping for breath. The sun had nearly set, casting long shadows across the lawn. I glanced back at the forest edge, half expecting to see that thing standing there watching me, but there was nothing, just the darkening woods. I didn't tell my parents what I'd seen. What could I say? That I'd found a creepy clearing with weird symbols and seen some kind of monster. They'd think I was making it up, or that I'd eaten some questionable mushrooms in the forest. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing's face, its too wide smile with those needle-sharp teeth. Around midnight, I heard the whispering again, closer now, seeming to come from right outside my window. I pulled the blanket over my head like a little kid and lay there shaking until morning. The next day, I went back to the woods with my dad's hunting knife tucked into my belt. I told myself I needed to prove that what I'd seen wasn't real, that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. I followed the same logging trail, walking slowly, alert for any sound or movement, but I couldn't find the clearing. I walked up and down that trail 3 times, checking every possible turnoff or side path. Nothing. The forest was just the forest again, familiar, ordinary, non-threatening, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night, the whispering returned, louder than before. It sounded like it was coming from inside my closet. I lay frozen in bed, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe too loudly. Around 3 in the morning, my bedroom door creaked open. I kept my eyes shut tight, pretending to be asleep. Something moved across my room. I could hear the floorboards creaking under its weight. Then I felt cold breath on my face. I bolted upright, flipping on my bedside lamp. There was nothing there. My door was closed, but on the floor were dirty footprints. Too long, too narrow to be human, leading from my door to my bed, then disappearing. Over the next few days, things escalated. The garden fence my dad and I built was torn down overnight. The posts snapped like twigs. All our vegetables were gone, not eaten but completely removed, roots and all. Deep scratches appeared on the back door of our house, similar to the ones I'd seen on the stump in the clearing. My parents blamed vandals or animals, but I knew better. Whatever I'd seen in those woods was getting closer, more aggressive. The whispering became a constant background noise that only I could hear. At night, I'd wake up to find my bedroom window open, even though I'd closed and locked it before going to bed. Then came the night that broke me. I woke up around 2 a.m. to find muddy handprints on my ceiling, long-fingered prints with what looked like claw marks at the tips. When I looked more closely in the dim light from my window, I realized with horror that they weren't handprints at all. They were footprints, like something had been walking upside down above my bed while I slept. I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my car keys and wallet and left that night. I drove to my cousin's place in Pittsburgh and crashed on his couch. I made up some story about a fight with my parents. 2 weeks later, I had a job and a tiny apartment in the city. I called my parents and told them I wasn't coming back, that I needed to be on my own. They were hurt and confused, but I couldn't tell them the truth. How do you tell someone that you're running from something that shouldn't exist? That was 4 years ago. I haven't been back to my hometown since. My parents eventually sold the house and moved to Florida. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners have experienced anything strange, if they've heard the whispering or found that impossible clearing in the woods. I thought I'd escaped it, whatever it was. But sometimes, especially when fog rolls in, I catch glimpses of movement outside my apartment window. Long, thin limbs, a face pressed against the glass, gone when I blink, and the whispering never really stopped. Last week, I found symbols carved into my bedroom wall behind my dresser. The same circles, spirals, and jagged lines from the clearing. I have no idea how they got there. My apartment is on the 7th floor. I'm moving again next week. I don't know if it will help. I don't know if I can ever truly get away from whatever found me in those woods. All I know is that when I close my eyes at night, I still see that clearing with its strange symbols, and the man with the too sharp smile who's been following me ever since. Story 4. I never wanted to go back to that house. When I left for college at 18, I swore I'd never spend another night under that roof again. But when my mom passed last year, the responsibility of cleaning out and selling our old family home in Oakwood fell on me. I was 21 with no siblings to help, so I took a month off from my job and made the 5-hour drive back to the place I'd spent the first 15 years of my life. The moment I pulled into the driveway, I felt that familiar heaviness settle over me. The house looked smaller than I remembered, the white paint peeling, the garden completely overgrown. Mom had moved out 3 years ago to a nursing home after her diagnosis, and the place had been sitting empty since then. I brought my 2 cats with me, Milo and Luna, because I couldn't bear to leave them in my apartment with just a pet sitter. Looking back, I wish I'd left them behind. Maybe they wouldn't have been so traumatized. The first day was just overwhelming because of the clutter. Mom had been a bit of a hoarder in her later years, and every room was stuffed with boxes, old newspapers, and things she'd collected. I spent that whole first day just trying to clear a path through the living room and make the kitchen usable. By evening, I was exhausted, but had managed to set up my air mattress in my old bedroom upstairs. The cats were exploring. Luna was calm as always, but Milo seemed on edge, constantly looking into corners and hissing at empty doorways. I figured it was just the new environment stressing him out. That first night, I had trouble falling asleep. The house made all these unfamiliar creaks and groans that kept startling me awake. Around 2 a.m, I distinctly heard what sounded like whispering coming from the hallway. It was too quiet to make out words, but it sounded like a young girl. I convinced myself it was just the wind or maybe pipes settling. The next morning, things got weirder. The coffee mug I'd left on the kitchen counter was now sitting in the sink. I figured I must have moved it without thinking, but then I noticed other small things out of place. A book I'd set on the coffee table was now on the floor, and a chair at the dining table had been pulled out. By the third day, I couldn't ignore it anymore. Things were definitely moving on their own. I'd close a door and come back to find it open. I'd turn off lights, only to find them on again minutes later. The cats were getting increasingly agitated, especially Milo, who refused to leave my side. That night, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I felt something sit on the edge of my mattress. I immediately shot up thinking it was one of the cats, but they were both curled up at my feet. The depression in the mattress remained for a few seconds before disappearing. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning I decided to take a nap since I was exhausted. Milo positioned himself right next to my head, something he never did. He seemed protective, alert, watching the doorway as I drifted off. I was half asleep when I heard it. A soft clicking sound, like someone tapping their fingernails together, and then a whisper right next to my ear. "You don't remember me." I jerked awake, my heart pounding. The voice was childlike, but had this underlying wrongness to it. And suddenly, I did remember. Jane, that's what I called her, because she always told me her name twice. She was a girl I used to play with in the backyard when I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. My mom thought she was my imaginary friend because she never saw her. But Jane wasn't imaginary, at least not to me. "I've been waiting for you to come back," the voice whispered again. "I want to play like we used to." I was completely frozen, unable to even scream. Milo was hissing now, his fur standing on end as he stared at something I couldn't see. "My mom said I could invite my family to live here too," Jane's voice continued. "They're coming today." As if on cue, I heard a loud snoring sound coming from my mom's old bedroom across the hall. It was a deep, rumbling snore, followed by the distinct sound of someone rolling over in bed, springs creaking under their weight. Fighting every instinct telling me to run, I forced myself to get up and look. The doorway to my mom's room was visible from mine, and as I approached, I could see what looked like a shape under the covers of her bed. Something was there, but my eyes couldn't quite focus on it, like trying to look at a reflection in rippling water. I stumbled backward into my room and slammed the door shut. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab my phone. I tried calling my friend Ellie, who lived about 30 minutes away, but the call wouldn't go through, just static and what sounded like childish giggling in the background. Jane's daddy is here now," the voice announced, sounding excited. "He's going to live with us in the living room. He likes the recliner." I heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, across the hall, and then down again. Something creaked in the living room, the sound of my mom's old recliner accepting weight. I was trapped upstairs, terrified to go down. The cats had both retreated under the bed, and no amount of coaxing would get them to come out. Night fell, and I still hadn't left my room. I hadn't eaten all day, and my throat was dry from thirst, but nothing could convince me to venture out. Around midnight, Jane's voice came again, this time from directly outside my door. "My brother is here now too. He's really excited to meet you. He has trouble walking, so he uses a special chair." That's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of wheelchair wheels slowly approaching up the hallway, accompanied by labored breathing. I pressed myself against the headboard, watching as the doorknob to my room slowly began to turn. The door swung open, but there was nothing there, at least nothing solid, just those same shimmering, unfocused shapes that my eyes couldn't quite process, like heat rising from pavement, but vaguely human-shaped. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through the window. For a moment, I thought maybe it had all been a nightmare, until I realized I wasn't alone in the room. They were all there, standing around my air mattress, no longer shimmering or unfocused, but looking like normal people. A middle-aged man with a beard, an older woman with her hair in a bun, a teenage boy sitting in a wheelchair, and little Jane looking exactly as I remembered her from my childhood, complete with her pigtails and blue dress, except for their eyes. God, their eyes. They were completely white, no pupils, no irises, just blank white orbs that somehow still managed to stare right through me. "We're so happy to be living with you now," Jane said, her mouth barely moving. "One big family." I screamed then, a primal, desperate sound that tore through my throat. I grabbed my car keys and bolted, not even bothering to get the cats or any of my belongings. I just ran down the stairs, past the man sitting in the recliner who turned his pupilless eyes to watch me flee, and out the front door to my car. I drove straight to Ellie's place, hysterical and babbling. She didn't believe me at first, thought I was having some kind of breakdown from the stress of dealing with my mom's death and the house. But she agreed to go back with me to at least get the cats. When we returned, the house seemed normal. No voices, no figures, nothing out of place. The cats were hiding under the bed, but otherwise unharmed. Ellie suggested maybe I'd had some kind of waking nightmare from exhaustion and grief. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But then she saw the recliner rock slightly on its own, and the temperature in the living room dropped so suddenly we could see our breath. Ellie, who had always been into spiritual stuff, decided we needed to cleanse the house. She went back to her place and returned with sage, salt, and some other items for a ritual she'd read about online. I was desperate enough to try anything. We started in the basement and worked our way up, with Ellie reciting some prayer or incantation while burning sage. Everything was going fine until we reached my old bedroom, where Jane had first appeared to me as a child. The moment Ellie started her ritual there, all hell broke loose. It started with a glass paperweight on the dresser shattering on its own. Then books began flying off the shelves, one hitting Ellie in the face hard enough to give her a bloody nose. Downstairs, we could hear dishes breaking in the kitchen and furniture being overturned. Jane's voice rose above the chaos, no longer childlike but distorted and angry. "This is our home now, you can't make us leave." We just ran. Got in Ellie's car and drove to a hotel 30 miles away. I was too terrified to even go back for my cats, but Ellie's boyfriend went the next day and somehow managed to retrieve them without incident. He said the house was a mess, furniture overturned, broken glass everywhere, but otherwise empty. I never went back. I hired a cleaning service to pack up anything of value and had a real estate agent handle the sale. I took a massive loss on the house just to get rid of it quickly. I didn't care. I just wanted it gone from my life. For almost a year, things were normal. I convinced myself it had been some kind of shared hallucination or carbon monoxide poisoning or something, anything rational to explain what happened. But last week I heard it again in my new apartment, hundreds of miles away from Oakwood. That same soft whispering, that same voice. "I found you. We all did. We're coming to live with you again." And last night, I felt something sit on the edge of my bed. Milo started hissing at empty air, and in the darkness, I swear I saw those blank white eyes staring back at me. Story 5. I'm still having trouble processing what happened last Thursday. I've been trying to make sense of it for days now, going over every detail in my head. I'm not someone who jumps to supernatural conclusions. I work in software development, for crying out loud. I deal with logic and reason all day. But what happened in my house, I just can't explain it. It was around 4 in the afternoon. My wife was at her sister's place helping with some renovation project, so it was just me and my daughter Emma at home. I was sitting at our kitchen table catching up on some emails while Emma was upstairs in the living room playing with her Legos. Our house has this weird layout where the upstairs living room is directly above the kitchen, so I could clearly hear her up there digging through her big plastic bin of Legos, talking to herself in that way 6-year-olds do when they're deep in their imagination. I remember smiling to myself because I could hear her making different voices for her Lego people. Every now and then there'd be that distinct sound of her dumping out more pieces onto the hardwood floor and sorting through them. The sound is unmistakable when you're a parent of a Lego-obsessed kid. I was about halfway through my inbox when I heard footsteps on the stairs. Our stairs are wooden, and they make this specific creaking sound, especially the third step from the top. It's got this particular squeak that we've just learned to live with. I heard that exact squeak, followed by the lighter, faster steps that I immediately recognized as Emma's. From where I was sitting, I couldn't see the staircase itself, but I had a clear view of the hallway at the bottom of the stairs. The hallway connects to the office door, which was open. As I glanced up from my laptop, I caught a glimpse of what was clearly the back of Emma's head as she walked into the office. I saw her strawberry blonde hair in that little half ponytail she'd been wearing all day, and the purple t-shirt she had on. It was just a quick glimpse, but I definitely saw her. I remember thinking she was probably going to get some paper to draw on. She likes to sketch out her Lego blueprints sometimes. I went back to my emails, figuring she'd come into the kitchen in a minute to show me whatever she was working on. But then, maybe 20 seconds later, 30 tops, I heard more footsteps on the stairs. These were louder, more deliberate. Again, that distinctive squeak from the third step. I looked up, confused, and saw Emma walking into the office. She was carrying several Lego constructions carefully in both hands, her tongue sticking out slightly like it always does when she's concentrating. Same strawberry blonde hair in the same half ponytail, same purple shirt, same little denim shorts. I felt this immediate cold flush go through my body. The hair on my arms stood up. I pushed back from the table so hard the chair screeched against the floor. I practically ran to the office, my heart hammering in my chest. Emma was just standing there by the desk, carefully arranging her Lego creations. She looked up at me with that innocent smile of hers. "Look, Daddy, I made a whole city," she said, proudly showing me what looked like several blocky buildings and something that might have been a car. I tried to keep my voice steady. "Emma, did you just come downstairs twice?" She looked at me with that confused expression kids get when adults ask weird questions. "No, Daddy, I was upstairs building with my Legos, and then I came down to show you." "You didn't come down a minute ago and then go back up?" She shook her head emphatically. "No. I was upstairs the whole time until just now. I felt sick. I know what I saw. There wasn't enough time for her to have come downstairs, gone back up, and come down again. Besides, I would have seen her leave the office if she had. The only exit would have put her right in my line of sight." I looked around the office frantically, half expecting to find, I don't even know what, some explanation, a stranger, a trick of the light, something that would make sense of what had just happened, but there was nothing out of place, just Emma and her Legos. "What's wrong, Daddy?" she asked, her voice getting that worried edge that breaks my heart. "You look scared." I forced myself to calm down. "Nothing, sweetie. I just thought I saw..." "Never mind. Tell me about your city." I sat with her for a while as she explained her Lego constructions in great detail, but I couldn't focus on what she was saying. My mind was racing, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe I had dozed off for a moment at the table. Maybe I was more tired than I thought and had some kind of micro-sleep episode. But no, I was wide awake. I was responding to emails. I was mentally present. What disturbed me most was how specific the details were. The figure I saw had Emma's exact height, her exact hair color and length, even the same clothes. It wasn't some vague shadow or blur. It was her, or something that looked exactly like her. As I sat there half listening to Emma, a memory surfaced that sent another chill through me. When Emma was around 2 years old, she went through this phase where she would wave and say bye-bye to her closet every time we left her room. Not just occasionally, every single time. Whether we were heading downstairs for breakfast or going out to the park, she would turn to her closet, wave and say, "Bye-bye, see you later," in that sweet toddler voice. At the time, my wife and I thought it was just one of those weird things toddlers do. We figured she had assigned a personality to her closet or something. But now, sitting in the office with her after seeing whatever I had seen, I wasn't so sure. That night, after Emma was asleep, I told my wife what happened. She tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was stressed, maybe I was tired, maybe it was just my imagination. But I could tell she was unsettled too, especially when I reminded her about Emma's closet waving phase. "Do you think it could be..." She started, but didn't finish the thought. I don't know, I said, but it reminded me of something from when I was a kid. I've never told many people this, but when I was growing up, our family home had what I can only describe as shadow people. Dark, human-shaped figures that would appear in the periphery of your vision, usually at night, but sometimes during the day. My brother saw them too. We would talk about the dark people that lived in our house. Our parents brushed it off as an overactive imagination. But one night when I was 9, I woke up and saw a shadow figure standing at the foot of my bed. It wasn't just a shadow cast by furniture or clothes. It was distinctly person-shaped and somehow darker than the darkness around it. I couldn't move or speak. It just stood there, watching me for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Eventually, I managed to pull the covers over my head, and when I finally got the courage to look again, it was gone. The next morning, my brother described seeing the exact same thing in his room. We moved out of that house a year later for unrelated reasons, and the shadow people stayed behind. I've never experienced anything like that again, until now, and the thought that something like that might be taking an interest in my daughter, it makes my blood run cold. The thing is, what I saw wasn't a shadow person. It was a perfect copy of Emma, a doppelganger, and that somehow feels worse. Since Thursday, I've been watching Emma carefully. She seems completely normal, playing, laughing, occasionally throwing the typical 6-year-old tantrum. Nothing out of the ordinary. But I've been sleeping on the couch outside her room every night. I've told my wife it's because my back is bothering me, but really, I'm terrified of what might happen if I'm not close by. I've also been researching like crazy doppelgangers, shadow people, childhood paranormal experiences, anything that might give me some answers. Most of what I've found is just superstitious nonsense or creepypasta type stories, but there are some accounts that sound eerily similar to what I experienced. Some cultures believe seeing a doppelganger is an omen of death. Others think they're some kind of interdimensional glitch. Some believe they're spirits or demons that mimic the appearance of the living. None of these explanations bring me any comfort. What keeps me up at night is the question, what if it happens again? What if next time it's not just a glimpse in the hallway? What if next time I'm faced with 2 Emmas? How would I even know which one is my real daughter? I've installed cameras throughout the house now. My wife thinks I'm being paranoid about break-ins, but I need to have evidence if it happens again. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. The worst part is that I can't shake this feeling that I'm being watched. Not just me, but Emma too. Sometimes I'll catch her looking at empty corners of rooms or staring into reflective surfaces a bit too long. When I ask her what she's looking at, she just shrugs and says, nothing. But I don't believe it's nothing. Last night, I heard her talking in her room after bedtime. When I peeked in, she was sitting up in bed, apparently having a conversation with an empty space beside her. When she noticed me, she immediately lay down and pretended to be asleep. When I asked her this morning who she was talking to, she just said, my friend. When I asked what friend, she looked at me like I was stupid and said, the friend who looks like me. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. A therapist would probably think I'm having some kind of breakdown. Friends would think I'm joking or exaggerating. My wife is already worried about my mental health. But I know what I saw. I know it was real, and I'm terrified of what it means for my daughter. If anyone has experienced something similar or has any advice, please let me know. I'm desperate for answers, because I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning of something much worse. Story 6. I can't believe it's been over 20 years since what happened at Fort Worden. I've been carrying this around inside me for so long, and I think I need to finally write it down. Maybe someone will believe me. Maybe someone else has seen what I saw. This all started in late December 2002. I was working as a freelance journalist in Port Townsend, covering mostly local environmental stories. I'd built a decent reputation investigating industrial pollution cases along the Olympic Peninsula. Nothing groundbreaking, but solid work. I first noticed something strange while walking my dog along the beach near Point Wilson Lighthouse. There was this weird gelatinous material mixed in with the normal seaweed and driftwood. It looked almost translucent but had these tiny blue-green veins running through it. When I poked it with a stick, it seemed to react, not like a jellyfish or sea cucumber. This was different, like it was responding to being touched. I collected a small sample in a plastic bag and showed it to a marine biologist friend at the university. She couldn't identify it and said the cellular structure was unlike anything she'd ever seen. That got my attention. I'm not someone who chases conspiracy theories, but as a journalist, I know when something doesn't add up. Over the next couple weeks, I started noticing patterns. This strange material would appear after particularly low tides. Not just any low tides, but the extreme ones that happen a few times a year when the moon and sun align just right. The locals call them minus tides because they go below the zero mark on tide charts. I also heard rumors about weird stuff happening during these tides, electronic devices failing, car batteries dying, and strange lights seen offshore. Most people dismissed it as typical small-town gossip, but after my 15th interview with someone describing the exact same phenomena, I knew something was happening. That's when I started focusing on the old military bunkers at Fort Worden. The whole place has this eerie feeling anyway. Concrete tunnels dug into the hillsides, abandoned barracks, and gun emplacements overlooking the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The fort was built to protect Puget Sound from naval attacks that never came, and it's been mostly abandoned since World War II. On January 10, 2003, I interviewed a retired Coast Guard officer named Thomas Mercer. He was in his 70s and initially reluctant to talk. I had to promise not to use his real name in any article. What he told me changed everything. In 1987, Mercer was part of a classified operation investigating the disappearance of two maintenance workers who'd been repairing navigation equipment near one of the sea caves below the fort. The operation involved military personnel and what he described as government scientists in civilian clothes who never identified which agency they represented. According to Mercer, they found something in one of the caves, something that scared them enough to seal the entire entrance with concrete within 48 hours. He wouldn't tell me exactly what they discovered, just that it was not from here and that they were ordered never to discuss it. 3 men who went into that cave with the scientists quit the Coast Guard within a month. The tide goes out far enough to expose that cave entrance maybe 3 or 4 times a year, Mercer told me, and that concrete seal has been eroding. Last time I checked, there was a gap big enough for someone to squeeze through. Do yourself a favor and stay away from there. Of course, that just made me more determined to investigate. I checked the tide charts and discovered an extremely low tide was predicted for January 17th, starting around 4 in the morning. I spent the next week preparing. I bought a new digital voice recorder, extra batteries, a powerful flashlight, a backup light, a waterproof camera, and a small backpack to carry everything. I also picked up a tide chart and studied the coastal geography of Fort Worden State Park. On January 16th, I could barely sleep. I set my alarm for 2:30 in the morning and laid out my clothes, hiking boots, thick jeans, a thermal shirt, and a waterproof jacket. I told my roommate I was heading out early to photograph wildlife at dawn, which wasn't completely untrue. I arrived at Fort Worden around 3:15 in the morning. The park was officially closed, but there's an access road that's never properly gated. I parked my car in the lot near the lighthouse and started walking along the beach with my flashlight. It was freezing cold, and the wind off the water cut right through my jacket. The tide was already way out, exposing a stretch of beach I'd never seen before. I kept my recorder running as I walked, narrating what I saw. The beam of my flashlight caught something in the distance, a dark opening in the cliff face that would normally be underwater. My heart started racing as I approached it. This had to be the cave Mercer had mentioned. The entrance was partly blocked by what looked like eroded concrete, but there was definitely a gap, maybe 2 feet wide and 3 feet tall, just big enough to crawl through if I took off my backpack and pushed it ahead of me. I hesitated for a good 5 minutes, shining my light into the opening and trying to see what was inside. All I could make out was a narrow tunnel sloping slightly downward. I checked my watch. It was 3:45, and according to the tide chart, I had about 3 hours before the water would start covering the entrance again. I should have turned around right then. Everything in my body was screaming at me to leave, but I'd come this far, and my curiosity overrode my fear. I got down on my hands and knees and started crawling through the gap. The tunnel opened up after about 15 feet, allowing me to stand. The air inside was strangely warm and had this metallic taste. My flashlight revealed a passage that looked partly natural and partly constructed. The walls were too smooth in places, and there were these odd patterns carved or etched into the rock. Not random graffiti, but precise geometric shapes that reminded me of circuit boards. I took photos as I moved deeper into the cave, keeping track of time and making sure I knew the way back. The passage twisted and turned, always sloping downward. After about 20 minutes of walking, I realized I should be under the water level by now, which didn't make sense unless the tunnel was somehow sealed against the ocean. Then I came to a larger chamber that stopped me in my tracks. My flashlight beam couldn't even reach the far wall or ceiling. It was enormous, like a cathedral carved out of the rock, but what made me gasp was what stood in the center. It looked like a perfect cube, maybe 30 feet on each side, made of something that resembled black glass. It absorbed my flashlight beam rather than reflecting it. Around this cube were people, at least they looked mostly like people, moving with slow, mechanical precision. Some were using tools on the cube's surface, while others were working on what appeared to be a frame or doorway attached to one side. I recognized two of them from missing persons reports I'd seen over the years. There was Mark Simmons, a kayaker who disappeared in 1999, and Diane Powell, a park ranger who vanished in 2001. But they looked wrong. Their skin had a translucent quality, and their movements were unnaturally fluid, like they weren't controlling their own bodies. I was so shocked I forgot to stay hidden. My flashlight beam swept across the chamber, and several of the figures stopped working and turned toward me. Their eyes reflected the light like animals' eyes do at night. I backed up against the wall, trying to make myself invisible, but it was too late. Two of them started moving in my direction. I turned and ran back the way I'd come, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. When I reached the main tunnel, I realized with horror that water was already starting to seep in. The tide was turning earlier than predicted. I sloshed through ankle-deep water, then knee-deep, desperate to reach the entrance before it was completely submerged. I was about 50 yards from the exit when I heard splashing behind me. I looked back and saw figures moving through the water, not swimming but walking steadily despite the current. Their movements were all wrong, too smooth and precise for humans wading through water. The entrance was barely visible now, just a small pocket of air at the top. I took a deep breath and dove, pushing through the opening and surfacing on the other side. The beach was still exposed, but the tide was coming in fast. I staggered to my feet and ran, not looking back until I'd reached higher ground near the lighthouse. When I finally turned around, the cave entrance was completely underwater, with no sign of my pursuers. I made it back to my car, shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I started the engine, my recorder, which had been running this whole time, made a high-pitched squeal that hurt my ears. When I played it back later, the last 20 minutes were just static. I drove straight home and spent hours writing everything down while it was fresh in my mind. I uploaded the photos to my computer, but they were all corrupted. Just random pixels and digital noise. I called Thomas Mercer that afternoon, but his wife said he'd left town suddenly to visit family. I tried the marine biologist who'd examined my sample, but she claimed she'd never seen it and had no record of our conversation. That night I noticed a black SUV parked across from my apartment. It was still there the next morning, and the morning after that. On January 20th, I packed a bag with my notes, recorder, and memory cards and drove to a friend's cabin about an hour away. I hid everything in a waterproof container inside an old drainage pipe near the property. I planned to come back for it once I figured out who to trust with this information, but I never got the chance. When I returned to Port Townsend, two men in suits were waiting at my apartment. They said they were from a government research division and needed to ask me questions about unusual marine phenomena I might have observed. I lied. I told them I'd been working on a story about ocean pollution and nothing more. They didn't believe me. They had my phone records, my internet search history, even transcripts of interviews I'd conducted. The cave is secure now, one of them told me. Whatever you think you saw, it's better for everyone if it stays there. They didn't threaten me directly, but the message was clear. Later that night, I found my apartment had been searched, very professionally, with everything put back almost exactly as it was. Almost, but not quite. I left town the next day and haven't been back to Port Townsend since. I moved around for years, always looking over my shoulder. I've never tried to publish what I found or contact other journalists. Until now, I've never even written about it online. But I keep thinking about what I saw in that chamber, those people working on that door, and whatever was on the other side of that black cube, because that's what it was, some kind of gateway or portal. And those weren't really people anymore. I saw them up close. Their skin was translucent, and there was something moving beneath it, like something else was inside, wearing them, using their bodies like diving suits. The tide charts show another extreme low tide coming next month, and I've been seeing news reports about strange marine debris washing up near Point Wilson again. I still have nightmares where I hear those 5 words that came through the static at the end of my recording, spoken in a voice that sounded like mine but empty of all emotion. The door is opening now. I don't know what came through that door, but I'm certain of one thing. It's still there, waiting for the next time the tide goes out far enough. Story 7. I've held this in for 2 years now. I need to get it off my chest, even if no one believes me. My name's Connor. I'm 28 now, but what I'm about to share happened when I was 26. I inherited this cabin from my grandfather when he passed away about 5 years ago. It's tucked away in this place called Black Hollow Woods, about 3 hours from where I grew up. Growing up, my grandfather always referred to it as the quiet place. Never explained why. Just the quiet place. I remember asking my mom once if we could visit, and she got this look on her face I'll never forget. Said she didn't like staying there overnight. I didn't think much of it at the time. Figured maybe there was no electricity or something. After my grandfather died, the cabin just sat there. I was busy with college, then work, then this relationship with Amy that lasted 3 years before imploding spectacularly. That breakup hit me hard. I couldn't focus at work, couldn't sleep, kept replaying everything in my head. My buddy suggested I take some time off, get away somewhere to clear my head. That's when I remembered the cabin. It seemed perfect. No internet, no cell service, just me and my thoughts. I called my dad to get the keys and directions. He sounded weird about it, asked if I was sure I wanted to go alone, said something like, "That place has been empty for years, might not be in good shape." But I insisted. I needed space. The drive there was beautiful. Late October, trees changing colors. The road to the cabin wasn't on any GPS, just a dirt path that wound through increasingly dense forest. I almost missed the turnoff twice. By the time I arrived, it was late afternoon. The cabin looked smaller than I remembered from the few childhood photos I'd seen. Single story, dark wood exterior, small porch, metal roof that had rusted in spots. Inside was musty but in decent shape. Main room with a stone fireplace, small kitchen area, bathroom, and a bedroom with an old iron frame bed. Everything was covered in a layer of dust. I spent that first afternoon cleaning, getting the generator running for electricity, and stocking the kitchen with the supplies I'd brought. By evening, I had a fire going and was feeling pretty good about my decision to come here. The silence was incredible. Living in the city, you forget what true quiet sounds like. Here I could hear every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind in the trees. I fell asleep on the couch that first night, some paperback I'd brought open on my chest. Must have been around midnight when I woke up to the sound of knocking. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the front door. At first, I thought I'd dreamed it. But then it came again. Knock, 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 each one spaced about 2 seconds apart. Perfect rhythm. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange in the quiet cabin. No response, just silence. I grabbed my flashlight and approached the door. My heart was racing. Who the hell would be out here? The cabin was miles from anything. I peered through the window beside the door but couldn't see anyone in the darkness. Finally, I gathered my courage and opened the door. The porch was empty. I stepped outside, sweeping my flashlight across the clearing in front of the cabin. Nothing moved. The woods were absolutely still, unnaturally so. No night birds, no insects chirping. Nothing. I told myself it must have been a branch hitting the cabin or the wood settling. Old buildings make weird noises, right? But deep down, I knew those knocks were too deliberate, too precise to be random. I locked the door and decided to move to the bedroom. It took me a long time to fall asleep again, and when I did, my dreams were filled with the sound of knocking. The next morning, I felt better. Sunshine has a way of making night fears seem silly. I made coffee on the old stove and took it outside. The woods were beautiful in the daylight, towering pines, maples with bright red leaves. I explored the property a bit, found a small stream about 100 yards behind the cabin. That day passed pleasantly enough. I read, hiked a little, and chopped some firewood I found stacked against the side of the cabin. As evening approached, I started feeling uneasy again. The quiet that had seemed peaceful during the day began to feel oppressive as darkness fell. I made dinner, tried to focus on my book, but kept finding myself listening for something. Around 10, I decided to just go to bed. I was being ridiculous, letting my imagination run wild. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the fresh air and physical activity, but I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. At first, I didn't know what had disturbed me. Then I heard it, a rhythmic thumping sound, slow and steady. Thump, thump, thump. It was coming from beneath the cabin. I lay frozen in bed, listening. The sound continued, perfectly timed, like a heartbeat but heavier. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe an animal had gotten under the cabin, a raccoon or possum, but it sounded deliberate, like whatever was making that sound wanted me to hear it. I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and moved to the main room. The instant I stepped out of the bedroom, the thumping stopped. Complete silence. I stood there for several minutes, waiting for it to resume, but nothing happened. Eventually, I went back to bed, convinced I was letting the isolation get to me, but I couldn't fall back asleep. I kept thinking about those knocks on the door, and now this thumping from below. It felt connected somehow. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as it was light, I decided to check under the cabin. There was a small crawl space beneath it. I'd noticed the access door on the side of the foundation when I was exploring. I grabbed my flashlight and headed outside. The crawl space door was secured with an old padlock, rusted with age. That struck me as odd. Why would anyone lock up the space under the cabin? I tugged at it, and to my surprise, the hasp broke away from the rotted wood. The door swung open with a creak that sent shivers down my spine. The opening was small. I had to get down on my hands and knees to peer inside. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing a dirt floor about 3 feet below the floorboards of the cabin. There was a musty, rancid smell coming from inside that made me gag. I hesitated, then lowered myself in. I had to crouch to avoid hitting my head on the floor joists. The smell was worse inside, like something had died, but with an additional odor I couldn't identify. Earthy and sour and wrong. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw them. Bones, piles of them scattered across the dirt floor. Some were clearly animal. I recognized what looked like deer antlers and the skull of what might have been a coyote. But others, there were bones that were unmistakably human. A femur, parts of a rib cage, and in one corner, partially buried in the dirt, a human skull. My stomach lurched. I stumbled backward, almost hitting my head on a beam. That's when my flashlight beam caught something in the center of the crawl space. It was a pit, a deep, narrow hole in the ground, maybe 3 feet across. I approached it cautiously, fighting the urge to run. When I shined my light down into it, I couldn't see the bottom. It just kept going, swallowed by darkness. But what made my blood run cold were the marks around the edge of the pit. Claw marks, deep gouges in the hard-packed dirt, as if something had been trying to climb out. Or worse, as if something had dug its way up from below. I backed away from the pit, my breath coming in short gasps. That's when I noticed something else. The dirt around the pit had been disturbed recently. The rest of the crawl space floor was packed hard, but around the pit it looked freshly turned. I scrambled out of that crawl space faster than I've ever moved in my life. Once outside, I gulped down fresh air, trying not to vomit. My mind was racing. Human bones, a pit. What the hell had my grandfather been involved in? I needed to call someone. The police, my dad, anyone. But there was no cell service, and the nearest town was at least an hour's drive away. I decided to pack up and leave immediately. As I rushed back into the cabin to grab my things, it hit me. That smell from the crawl space was now inside the cabin. That same rancid, unnatural stench was seeping up through the floorboards. And then the knocking started. Not just at the door this time, but everywhere. From the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Knock, knock, knock. In that same deliberate rhythm. It was like the entire cabin had come alive around me. I didn't even pack. I grabbed my car keys and phone and ran for the door. As I yanked it open, the knocking suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I sprinted to my car, fumbled with the keys, and finally got the engine started. As I reversed down the driveway, I looked back at the cabin one last time. There was something at the window, just for a second, a dark shape, watching me. Then it was gone. I drove straight to my parents' house, didn't stop once, not even for gas, though the needle was hovering near empty when I arrived. My dad was shocked to see me, asked what happened. When I told him what I'd found, the bones, the pit, the claw marks, he went pale, like ghost white pale. He sat down heavily in his chair and just stared at nothing for a long time. When I pressed him for answers, he just shook his head and said, "I thought it was just stories. Your grandfather, he had some strange beliefs." That was all he would say. The next day, he called a real estate agent. Within a month, the cabin and property was sold to some developer who wanted to build vacation homes in the area. My dad practically gave it away. I've tried researching Black Hollow Woods since then, found some old newspaper articles about disappearances in that area dating back to the 1930s. Hikers, campers, even a forest ranger once, all gone without a trace. I still have nightmares about that pit, about what might have been down there clawing its way up, about what might have been making those knocking sounds. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and think I hear it. 3 slow knocks in the darkness, and I wonder if whatever was under that cabin is still there, waiting beneath the new houses they're building, or worse, if it followed me home. Story 8. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or spirits, but I've been carrying this story with me for almost 12 years now, and I still can't explain what happened that night. Even though I'm 31 now, I remember it all so clearly. Growing up in Fairview, not the real name of our town, but it was one of those places in Iowa where everyone knows everyone, my childhood was pretty normal. My mom, Catherine, my sister Olivia, and I lived in a small 3-bedroom house that was nothing special, but it was home. When I was in 4th grade, my mom came home one evening with a cat carrier. Olivia and I ran to the door immediately because Mom never surprised us with anything. Inside were 2 Siamese kittens, but they couldn't have been more different. One was this gorgeous gray and white Siamese with the most piercing blue eyes you've ever seen. The other was scraggly and small, clearly the runt of the litter. Mom explained that she'd gone to adopt just one kitten, the pretty one she named Julian, but when she learned the smaller one was scheduled to be euthanized the next day, she couldn't leave him behind. So we also got Rascal. It's funny how things work out. I immediately bonded with Rascal. He was always getting into trouble, knocking things over, and generally living up to his name, but he was my cat. He slept curled up next to me every night from day one. Julian, though, Julian was special. He became attached to both my mom and Olivia. He was this elegant, intelligent cat who actually played fetch, and not with normal cat toys. Julian was obsessed with those little pencil-top erasers. You know, the colorful ones you can buy in packs? He would carry them in his mouth and drop them at your feet, waiting for you to throw them again. It was the cutest thing. Julian had this way of making us all laugh. He would sit on the kitchen counter and watch Mom cook, occasionally reaching out a paw to tap at ingredients he found interesting. When Olivia practiced piano, Julian would walk across the keys, creating these chaotic duets that had us in stitches, and at night he slept curled up on Olivia's pillow, his face pressed against hers. Life went on pretty normally. I went through elementary school, then middle school, and by the time this happened, I was in my sophomore year of high school. There was no warning, no sign that anything was wrong. Julian had been to the vet just 2 months prior for his annual checkup and was perfectly healthy for a cat of 6 years. It was a Tuesday morning in November. I remember because I had a biology test that day. I woke up to the most horrific screaming from my sister's room. Not the kind of scream you hear when siblings are fighting or someone sees a spider. This was a primal, guttural sound that made my blood run cold. I jumped out of bed and ran to Olivia's room. Mom was already there, and that's when I saw it. Julian was lying on Olivia's pillow in the same position he always slept in, but he wasn't moving. His eyes were partially open, but there was emptiness there. Olivia was hysterical, shaking him gently, begging him to wake up. Mom checked him, but it was clear he was gone. The vet later told us it was probably a heart condition that went undetected. Apparently, it's not uncommon in Siamese cats. What happened next is what I've never been able to forget. My mom, who's usually the most level-headed person I know, picked up Julian's body and started walking through the house with him. She was crying but had this determined look on her face as she said, "Everyone needs to say goodbye to him. We need to say goodbye properly." She carried him to me, holding his limp body out. I just couldn't. I'd never seen a dead animal before, let alone touched one. I turned away, mumbling something like, "I can't," and went back to my room. I heard Mom and Olivia talking softly to Julian for almost an hour afterward, petting him and telling him what a good cat he was. I didn't go to school that day. None of us did. Mom wrapped Julian in his favorite blanket and took him to the vet to be cremated. When she returned, she put his ashes in a small wooden box with his name engraved on it and placed it on the mantel next to his picture. Rascal was confused. He kept looking for Julian, checking all his favorite spots. It was heartbreaking to watch. That night, Rascal didn't sleep with me. He curled up on Julian's cat bed in the living room instead. The next day was Wednesday, and I forced myself to go to school. We were in the middle of rehearsals for the fall musical, and I had a small part that I couldn't just abandon. Rehearsal ran late that day, until almost 9 in the evening. By the time I got home, I was exhausted emotionally and physically. Mom and Olivia were already in bed. The house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator. I grabbed a glass of water, checked on Rascal, who was still in Julian's bed, and went to my room. I didn't even bother changing out of my sweatpants and t-shirt. I just brushed my teeth, turned off the light, and collapsed into bed. I remember checking my phone one last time. It was 11:23, before putting it on the nightstand and closing my eyes. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was the feeling of something walking across my legs. If you've ever had a cat, you know that sensation. The careful, deliberate steps as they walk across your body on the bed. It's a weight that moves from spot to spot, those small paws pressing down. At first, I thought it was Rascal, finally deciding to join me. But something felt off. The footsteps were too light, too delicate. Rascal had always been a bit clumsy, his steps heavier and less coordinated. These steps were precise and gentle. I opened my eyes and looked toward the foot of my bed, expecting to see a cat, but there was nothing there. The footsteps had stopped. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe I was still half asleep and had imagined it. That's when I noticed something on my desk chair across the room. It caught the faint light coming through my window blinds from the street lamp outside. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. A small blue pencil-top eraser was sitting in the middle of my chair. My heart started pounding. I knew for a fact that I didn't have any erasers like that in my room. Julian's favorite toys had all been gathered up the day before and put in a small box with his other things. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, and stared at that eraser. As I did, the room suddenly felt different. There was this heaviness to the air, not oppressive, but present, like when you can feel someone watching you. My eyes darted around the room, looking for something, anything that could explain what was happening. And then I felt it again. That same light walking sensation, this time moving up from my feet toward my knees. I whispered, "Julian?" My voice sounded so loud in the quiet room. The walking stopped right at my knees. I couldn't see anything, but I swear I felt the slight pressure of a cat sitting down, that familiar weight when they settle in one spot. Then the strangest thing happened. I felt what seemed like a small head butting against my hand, exactly the way Julian used to do when he wanted to be petted. It was his signature move, different from how Rascal asked for attention. I moved my hand slowly, as if to pet him, and I swear I felt fur beneath my fingers. Not physically, not in a way I could grab onto, but in a way I could definitely feel. It was warm and soft and so familiar. I don't know how long I sat there, petting something I couldn't see. Maybe a minute, maybe 5. Time felt strange. Eventually the pressure on my knees lifted, and that distinct feeling of a cat walking returned, this time moving away from me, toward the foot of the bed. Just then, my bedroom door, which had been closed, creaked open slightly. Rascal pushed his way in, looking around the room curiously before jumping onto my bed. He sniffed at the spot where I'd felt the pressure, then looked up at me with these confused eyes. I broke down crying. I scooped Rascal into my arms and just sobbed into his fur. He stayed there, purring loudly against my chest as I cried for what felt like hours. When I finally calmed down, I looked back at my desk chair. The blue eraser was gone. I got up and searched the floor, under the chair, everywhere. It wasn't there. It was like it had never existed. I never told my family about what happened that night. It felt too personal somehow, like Julian had come specifically to give me the goodbye I'd been too afraid to give him. I think he knew I regretted not saying goodbye, and he couldn't leave without fixing that. We kept Rascal for many more years until he passed peacefully of old age when I was in college, but I never experienced anything like that night again. No other unexplained footsteps, no mysteriously appearing toys. It's been over a decade now, and I still think about it. I'm not religious, and I've always been skeptical about the supernatural, but what happened that night was real. I felt it, and somehow it gave me peace. Julian came back to say goodbye to me because I couldn't say goodbye to him, and even though I can't explain it, I'm grateful he did. Story 9. I've been debating for months whether to post this or not. It's not something I talk about often. Actually, I've only ever told my mom and one close friend, but after lurking in this community and reading similar experiences, I thought maybe someone here might have answers, or at least tell me I'm not completely crazy. I grew up in a small town just outside the city limits. Nothing special about it, really. Just your typical suburban neighborhood with too many cul-de-sacs and not enough sidewalks. When I was about 4, my mom and I moved to a house about 30 minutes from our previous place to be closer to my great-grandmother, who was getting on in years and needed more help. It wasn't a big change for me since I was so young, but that house is something I'll never forget. The first incident happened when I was about 4 or 5. I remember it was during the summer because I was wearing my favorite Spider-Man shorts and no shirt, my standard uniform during hot months. My mom had put me down for an afternoon nap, and I woke up before she did. She was exhausted back then, working 2 jobs and taking care of both me and checking in on my great-grandmother. So when I woke up and she was still asleep on the couch, I decided not to wake her. I was thirsty, so I climbed out of bed and headed toward the kitchen. Our house had this long hallway that connected the bedrooms to the main living area, and I had to walk down it to get to the kitchen. I remember the carpet was this ugly beige color with little brown flecks in it, the kind that hides stains well, which was probably why my mom liked it. I was about halfway down the hallway when I noticed something move from the corner of my eye. Not like a shadow or anything subtle. It was distinct movement. When I turned to look, my entire body went cold. There, emerging from the wall beside me, not walking through a doorway, literally coming through the solid wall, was a woman. But not just any woman. She was tall, impossibly tall to my child's perspective, probably 6 or 7 feet. She didn't look completely solid. She was kind of faded, like when you turn the opacity down on a photo, but definitely visible. Her skin was pale, almost white, and she had this long brunette hair that fell past her shoulders. She was wearing what looked like a long white dress, not modern, more like something from an old painting. The detail I remember most vividly was this weird white crown or headband thing around her hair, not like a tiara, more like a circlet made of white fabric or flowers. The scariest part was her eyes. They were fixed directly on me, not looking around or searching, but locked onto my face like she'd been waiting for me. We both just stood there, me frozen in the hallway, her half emerged from the wall. It felt like a full minute passed with neither of us moving. Then she started to approach me. Her movements were smooth but wrong somehow. It's hard to explain, but it was like watching someone walk underwater. Fluid, but not quite natural. As she got closer, she began to lower herself, kneeling down until her face was level with mine. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even blink. Her face came closer and closer to mine until we were maybe inches apart. I remember noticing she didn't seem to be breathing. There was no warm breath on my face, despite how close she was. That's the last thing I remember before everything went black. When I regained consciousness, my mom was cradling me, crying, and my aunt was there too, on the phone with what I later learned was 911. Apparently, my mom had woken up and found me collapsed in the hallway. According to them, I'd been unconscious for somewhere between 2 and 3 hours. They thought I'd had some kind of seizure or something. I tried to tell them about the woman, but they just exchanged worried glances and told me I'd had a bad dream. The doctor they took me to said it was probably a combination of dehydration and an episode of sleep paralysis followed by syncope. A fancy way of saying I was half asleep, hallucinated, and then fainted. But I know what I saw. I was fully awake, and that woman was as real to me as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. Life went back to normal after that. I didn't see the woman again, and eventually I started to wonder if maybe the adults were right. Maybe it had been some weird dream. Kids have vivid imaginations, right? But then it happened again when I was 8. We were still living in the same house. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was watching cartoons in the living room. During a commercial break, I decided to run upstairs to grab my Game Boy from my room. As I passed my mom's bedroom, which had the door open, something caught my eye. Walking alongside my mom's bed was a dog, a Jack Russell Terrier with the typical white and brown markings. At first, I didn't think anything of it. My mind just registered dog, and I took another step before freezing. We didn't have a dog. We'd never had a dog. I slowly backed up and looked into the room again. The dog was still there, but now I could see that, like the woman years before, it wasn't quite solid. I could make out the pattern of my mom's bedspread through its body. The dog was walking slowly around the perimeter of the bed, almost like it was patrolling. Then it stopped and turned its head to look at me. If the woman's gaze had been unnerving, the dog's was somehow worse. There was recognition in its eyes, not the way a normal dog might look at a human with curiosity or excitement, but like it knew me specifically, like it had been waiting to see me again. I say again because somehow I knew this dog was connected to the woman I'd seen years before, even though I couldn't explain how I knew. We stayed like that, locked in a staring contest, for what felt like 5 minutes. but was probably only seconds. Then, just as calmly as it had appeared, the dog turned away from me and continued its path around the bed before walking straight into the wall and disappearing. This time I didn't pass out. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, trying to process what I'd seen. I almost called out for my mom, but something stopped me. I remembered how worried she'd been after the first incident, and I didn't want to scare her again. Plus, I was older now, old enough to worry about people thinking I was making things up for attention, so I kept it to myself. I grabbed my Game Boy with shaking hands and went back downstairs, trying to act normal while my mind raced. I left the lights on in my room that night, and for many nights after. Years passed, and I didn't see anything else unusual in the house. I started to convince myself that maybe I did have an overactive imagination as a kid. By the time I was a teenager, the memories had faded enough that they didn't bother me much anymore. Then, when I was 16, my mom and I were going through some old boxes in the attic, and we found a folder of documents related to the house. My mom started reading through the previous owner's information, and she casually mentioned, "Oh, did you know an elderly woman lived here before us? The realtor told me she was in her 80s when she passed away, and she'd lived here for decades." Something about this made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Did she have any pets?" I asked, trying to sound casual. My mom thought for a moment. "You know, I think the realtor did mention a dog, a Jack Russell, I believe. Poor thing had to be rehomed after she died." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "Mom," I said slowly, "do you remember when I was little and said I saw a woman in the hallway?" She looked up from the papers, her expression concerned. "That seizure episode? Of course I remember. You scared me half to death." "It wasn't a seizure. I saw a woman coming out of the wall. She was tall, with long brown hair, wearing a white dress and some kind of white headband or crown thing." My mom's face went pale. Without saying anything, she dug deeper into the box and pulled out an old manila envelope. From it, she produced a faded photograph and handed it to me. It was a black and white photo of a young woman, probably in her 20s or 30s, standing in front of our house. She was tall and slender with long dark hair, wearing a white dress, and, my stomach dropped, a white flower crown on her head. She was smiling at the camera, and sitting obediently at her feet was a Jack Russell Terrier. "This was with the house documents," my mom said quietly. "I think it's her when she was younger, the previous owner." I couldn't speak. The woman in the photo was unmistakably the same one I'd seen in our hallway all those years ago. But how could I have known what she looked like in her youth when she died as an elderly woman before we ever moved in? And the dog, the same one I'd seen years later, still faithfully patrolling her bedroom. We moved out of that house the following year, ostensibly because my mom got a better job closer to the city, but I think the real reason was neither of us felt comfortable there anymore. I've never experienced anything like that again, and part of me is grateful for that. But another part of me still wonders, what did she want from me that day? Why did she come so close? And why did both she and her dog appear to me years apart, both looking directly at me like they knew exactly who I was? I don't have answers. Sometimes I wonder if they're still there, occasionally emerging from the walls to check on the new occupants. And sometimes, usually late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if one day I'll turn a corner and see her standing there again, kneeling down to bring her face close to mine. Story 10. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at Hell's Funnel. This was back in 2015 when I was 19 and stupid enough to think urban exploration was just harmless fun. My brother Thomas had just turned 21, and he'd been talking non-stop about this abandoned property on the outskirts of Strasbourg that supposedly rivaled the Gondor mansion for being haunted as hell. If you're from around here, you probably know the place. It sits back from the main road, hidden behind a line of trees that bend inward over the access road in this really unnatural way, like they're trying to form a tunnel. The locals call it Hell's Funnel, and after what happened to us, I understand why. It was late October, just before Halloween, the perfect time to do something stupid, right? Thomas had convinced our friends Ethan and Marco to come along. We packed flashlights, our phones, some beer, because of course, and headed out around 7 in the evening, just as it was getting dark. The property had been abandoned for decades before some developer bought it a few years ago. This was before any renovation work had started. The place was a mess, broken windows, collapsing roof in some parts, graffiti everywhere. It had this weird layout, a main house, what used to be horse stables off to the side, and this murky pond behind everything. There was also this smaller structure that Thomas said used to be some kind of clubhouse or meeting place when the property was operational. "You guys know the story of this place, right?" Thomas asked as we parked about a quarter-mile away and walked the rest of the distance. None of us wanted our car to be spotted near the property. "Something about a sawmill accident?" Marco said, his breath visible in the cold air. "Yeah, but it's way worse than just an accident," Thomas replied, flicking on his flashlight as we approached the property line. "Back in the early 1900s, this was a sawmill. One of the workers got his hand caught in a saw blade, sliced it clean off." "Bullshit," Ethan muttered, but I could tell he was already on edge. "No, it's true," Thomas continued. "The story goes that hospitals were too far away back then. The guy made it home, but he bled out right on his front porch while his wife watched. Couldn't do anything to save him. She was so destroyed that she killed herself the next day. We reached the edge of the property, and I swear the temperature dropped about 10 degrees. The main house loomed in front of us, a dark silhouette against the night sky. The windows were like empty eye sockets. Some people say they've seen them walking around the property," Thomas said, his voice dropping to almost a whisper, "or hovering above that pond back there." "There's another version too," I added, remembering what I'd read online. "Some say after the guy lost his hand, he got fired, came back with an axe and murdered everyone working at the sawmill before killing himself." "Jesus," Marco whispered. "Which version is true?" Thomas shrugged. "Who knows? But they say all those violent deaths created some kind of funnel to hell. That's why the trees grow like that over the road, and why so many spirits are trapped here." We stood there for a moment, just taking it in. The silence was absolute, except for the occasional rustle of leaves. No traffic noise, no distant voices, just us and this forgotten piece of history. "Let's check out the stables first," Thomas suggested, pointing to the dilapidated structure to our right. "Less chance of falling through the floor." The stable building was in better shape than the main house, but not by much. The wooden beams were rotting, and there was this smell. Not just the normal, musty, abandoned building smell, but something sharper, almost metallic, like old blood. We moved through the stables, our flashlights casting weird shadows on the walls. The horse stalls were still intact, though the doors hung at odd angles. I noticed scratch marks on some of the wood that looked too deep to have been made by horses. "Hey, look at this!" Ethan called out, pointing to something carved into one of the support beams. It was a series of symbols that didn't look like any language I recognized. Below it, someone had carved "Help us" in jagged, desperate-looking letters. "Probably just kids messing around," Thomas said, but he didn't sound convinced. As we moved toward the back of the stables, I felt something brush against my neck. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just an empty stall and the open doorway we'd come through. "You guys feel cold all of a sudden?" I asked, rubbing my arms. "It's October, dumbass," Ethan said, but I noticed he was looking around nervously too. We decided to check out the main house next. The front door was hanging off its hinges, so we didn't have to break in or anything. The floorboards creaked under our weight as we stepped inside, and I remember thinking how easy it would be to fall through to whatever was below. The interior was a mess of broken furniture, trash from previous explorers, and layers of dust. We moved carefully, testing each step before putting our full weight down. Thomas led the way, shining his flashlight into each room as we passed. "There should be a basement entrance somewhere," he said. "That's where the really freaky stuff happens, according to what I read." "I don't think we should go down there," I said, suddenly feeling a strong sense of dread. The floor could collapse. "Don't be a pussy," Ethan said, but I could tell he was freaked out too. We found the basement door in what must have been the kitchen. It was the only door in the house that seemed intact, which was weird in itself. Thomas pulled it open, and a rush of cold, stale air hit us. The basement was pitch black, our flashlights barely penetrating the darkness. "I'll go first," Thomas said, already putting his foot on the first step. The wooden stairs creaked ominously as we descended. The basement was surprisingly large, extending under most of the house. There were old shelves lining the walls, rusted tools hanging from hooks, and in the center of the room, a large flat stone that looked almost like an altar. "What the hell is that?" Marco whispered, pointing at the stone. Before anyone could answer, we heard a sound from the far corner of the basement, a sort of shuffling, like someone dragging their feet. "Hello?" Thomas called out, swinging his flashlight toward the noise. The beam caught something, just for a second, before whatever it was moved back into the shadows. But that brief glimpse was enough. I saw what looked like a figure wearing something red, or maybe it was red itself. It was tall, unnaturally so, and seemed to be missing part of its arm. "Fuck this," Ethan said, already backing toward the stairs. "Someone else is down here." "It's probably just a homeless person," Thomas said, but his voice was shaking. "Hello? We don't mean any harm, we're just looking around." The shuffling sound came again, closer this time. Thomas swung his flashlight back and forth frantically, trying to catch whatever was moving in the darkness. The beam passed over that stone altar again, and this time I noticed dark stains on its surface that looked disturbingly like dried blood. Then the flashlight caught it, a figure standing just at the edge of the light. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and painfully thin. Its skin wasn't just pale, it was almost translucent, with veins visible beneath. Where its right hand should have been, there was just a ragged stump, dripping with something dark, and its eyes, they were completely black, like empty holes in its face. For a second, nobody moved. Then the thing took a step toward us, and we all broke at once. We scrambled up those basement stairs so fast, I'm surprised none of us broke our necks. I remember hearing something coming up behind us, a heavy dragging sound on the stairs. We burst out of the house and ran without looking back. We didn't stop until we reached Marco's car, all of us gasping for breath and shaking. "What the actual fuck was that?" Ethan demanded, his voice higher than normal. "I don't know, man. I don't know," Thomas kept saying, looking back toward the house like he expected that thing to come bursting out after us. We drove away as fast as we could, not saying much. Everyone was trying to process what we'd seen. It wasn't until we were halfway back to town that Marco spoke up. "My cousin knows a guy who camped out there once," he said quietly. He woke up in the middle of the night and felt a hand grab his shoulder inside the tent, said it was ice cold, like being touched by something dead. The weird thing was, his uncle was standing right in front of him when it happened. Whatever grabbed him wasn't human. We decided not to talk about what happened at Hell's Funnel. Who would believe us anyway? But a few days later, curiosity got the better of me, and I started researching the property more deeply. What I found chilled me to the bone. The sawmill accident was real, happened in 1907. The worker's name was Frederick Keller. He lost his entire arm, not just his hand, and he did bleed to death at home. His wife, Eliza, didn't kill herself right away, though. According to newspaper archives, she lived for another 3 months before hanging herself from one of those bent trees that now form the funnel over the road. But here's the part that really got to me. In those 3 months between Frederick's death and her suicide, Eliza reported seeing her husband everywhere on the property. She claimed he was looking for his missing arm and that he wasn't alone. There were others with him, dark figures that would gather around the pond at night. Local authorities dismissed her as grief-stricken and possibly insane, but after she died, other people started reporting strange sightings too. The sawmill closed down within a year, and the property changed hands multiple times, with no owner staying longer than a few months. The part about the murdered workers? That turns out to be true too, but it wasn't Frederick who did it. In 1923, long after the sawmill had closed, a drifter broke into the then abandoned property and murdered 3 squatters who had been living there. The police report described the scene as ritualistic and noted that parts of the victims' bodies were never found. I've driven past Hell's Funnel a few times since that night, always in broad daylight, always moving as fast as I legally can. The trees still bend inward over the road, forming that unnatural tunnel. Sometimes I think I see movement in the shadows between them, something tall and thin with one arm. The developer who bought the property ended up abandoning the renovation plans. It sits empty to this day. Nobody will say exactly why the project was scrapped, but there are rumors about workers quitting after seeing things, or tools going missing only to reappear covered in what looked like blood. I don't know if what we saw that night was Frederick Keller looking for his missing arm, or something worse that the violent deaths on that property somehow summoned. All I know is that the locals are right. There is something about those bent trees, about the way they form a funnel over the road that feels like a gateway to somewhere else, somewhere no living person should ever go. Story 11. I've never told anyone about this. I mean, my parents know something happened, and a couple of close friends have seen the marks, but I've never explained the full story to anyone. It's been 8 years, and I still get chills thinking about it. I guess I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to me. I was 14 when it started, just a normal kid living in Ravendale. Small town, everyone knows everyone, that kind of place. It was summer break, and I was enjoying staying up late playing video games and sleeping in. Nothing weird or unusual about my life at that point. No trauma, no medical issues, nothing that would explain what happened. The first dream came without warning. I went to bed on a Sunday night completely normal, but instead of my usual random dreams, I found myself in a hospital room. It wasn't like I was watching a scene. I was in it. I was the patient lying in the bed, but also somehow aware of everything happening around me. Medical equipment surrounded me, heart monitors, IV drips, oxygen tubes in my nose. The beeping sound was steady, and the fluorescent lights gave everything that sterile hospital glow. My family was there, Mom crying quietly in the corner, Dad trying to look strong but clearly falling apart, my little sister sitting in a chair looking scared and confused. They were all staring at me like they were waiting for something terrible to happen. But that wasn't the worst part. There was something else in the room with us. This dark presence. I don't know how else to describe it. It wasn't shaped like a person, more like a concentrated shadow hovering near the ceiling in the corner. It didn't have eyes, but I could feel it watching me. I just knew with absolute certainty that if it touched me, I would die. Not in the dream, but for real. For what felt like hours, I just lay there, unable to move, watching this thing gradually drift closer to me. No one else seemed to notice it. My family just kept staring at me with these heartbroken expressions while this shadow thing inched closer and closer. When it finally reached me, it hovered directly above my face for a few seconds. I couldn't scream or move. Then it lowered itself onto me like a blanket of darkness, and the moment it touched my skin, the heart monitor flatlined. That loud, continuous beep cut through everything as my family started screaming and doctors rushed in. Then I woke up. I was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The digital clock on my nightstand read exactly 4 in the morning. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I turned on every light in my room and sat up until sunrise. I convinced myself it was just a nightmare, creepy, but nothing to worry about. Then the next night, it happened again, identical in every detail. Same hospital room, same family reactions, same shadow, same flat line, same wake up at exactly 4 a.m. with my heart racing. By the third night, I was scared to go to sleep. I tried staying awake, drinking energy drinks and playing video games, but eventually passed out from exhaustion around 2 in the morning. And there I was again, back in that hospital bed, watching that thing approach me. The fourth night, I told my parents I was having bad dreams, but I didn't explain what they were about. I didn't want them to think I was losing it. My mom suggested I was just stressed about starting high school in the fall. Dad thought I was staying up too late playing games. They had no idea what was happening. Each night, the dream felt more real. I could smell the hospital disinfectant. I could feel the scratchy sheets. I could hear my mom's muffled sobs. And that shadow, it seemed more substantial each time, darker somehow, more defined. By the sixth night, I was a wreck. I hadn't been eating properly. I was jumpy and irritable. My parents were getting seriously worried. I overheard them talking about taking me to a doctor, but how could I explain that I was being killed in my dreams by a shadow, and I was terrified that one of these nights I wouldn't wake up. The seventh night was different. I knew as soon as I fell asleep that this was the last time. Don't ask me how, I just knew. The dream started the same. Hospital room, machines, family, shadow. But this time, as the shadow descended, I heard a voice in my head. Not speaking words exactly, more like communicating directly into my thoughts. You need to remember. When it touched me and the monitor flatlined instead of immediately waking up, the dream continued. Everything went black, and I felt like I was falling through darkness. There was this intense pressure all over my body, like being deep underwater, and then pain, a burning sensation across my back, like someone was running hot wires underneath my skin in perfectly straight lines. When I finally woke up at 4 a.m., the burning sensation was still there. It wasn't fading like dreams usually do. I stumbled to the bathroom, peeled off my sweat-soaked t-shirt, and turned to look at my back in the mirror. What I saw made me almost throw up. There were 7 perfectly straight horizontal lines across my back, evenly spaced from my shoulders down to my waist. They looked like surgical incisions that had healed and reopened. But I'd never had surgery. They weren't bleeding, but they were raised and red like fresh scars. I stood there staring at my reflection, trying not to scream. These weren't random scratches. They were too perfect, too deliberate. Each line was exactly the same length, running parallel to the others with the same distance between them. It looked like someone had used a ruler to mark me. I touched one of the lines with my finger, and it was hot to the touch, but didn't hurt. It felt wrong, like the skin there wasn't really mine anymore. I hid in the bathroom for almost an hour before sneaking back to my room. I put on a thick t-shirt and lay in bed until morning, afraid to fall back asleep. At breakfast, my mom noticed something was off. I guess I looked even worse than the previous days. She felt my forehead, thought I had a fever, and wanted to check my temperature. I convinced her I was fine, just tired. There was no way I was going to show anyone those marks. The strangest part? The dreams stopped completely after that 7th night, never had them again. But the marks stayed. For weeks afterward, I was terrified to sleep, but nothing happened. No more hospital dreams, no shadow creature. I checked my back obsessively, watching those lines slowly fade from angry red to pink, then to white. They never disappeared completely. I made up excuses to avoid swimming that summer. When school started in the fall, I changed for gym class in the bathroom stall. Eventually, I told my parents I'd scratched myself on a fence while climbing it, a lame excuse, but they seemed to accept it. As the years passed, I've tried to make sense of what happened. The lines have faded to the point where you might not notice them unless you were looking for them, but they're still there. 7 perfect lines that I can feel under my fingertips when I run my hand across my back. I'm 22 now. I've graduated college, have a decent job, normal friends, normal life. But I've never been able to explain those 7 nights or the marks they left behind. I've researched sleep paralysis, night terrors, all kinds of psychological conditions, but nothing matches what happened to me. Sometimes I wonder if that shadow was death itself coming for me, but somehow I escaped, or maybe it was something else entirely, something that needed to mark me for reasons I still don't understand. The most disturbing thought, the one that still keeps me up sometimes, what if those lines were already there, underneath my skin, waiting to be revealed? What if that voice telling me to remember was trying to make me recall something I've forgotten, something important. I still check my back every morning, half expecting those lines to have changed or multiplied. They never have. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel a coldness in the corner of my room, like something is watching, waiting for me to return to that hospital bed. Whatever happened during those 7 nights left me permanently marked. Not just the physical scars, but the knowledge that there's something beyond what we can explain. Something that can reach into our dreams and leave marks in the real world. I don't know why I'm sharing this now after all these years. Maybe I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar. Or maybe I just needed to finally tell someone the whole truth. All I know is that I'll carry these 7 lines with me for the rest of my life, a reminder of the week I died in my dreams and woke up changed. Story 12. I still can't sleep with the windows open, not even during summer. My husband thinks it's because I'm worried about intruders, but that's not it. It's because I'm afraid I'll hear them again, the whispers that followed us home from Winter's Isle. Dylan and I had been married for just 3 days when we set off for our honeymoon. We're both outdoor enthusiasts and wanted something different from the typical beach resort. We'd heard about Winter's Isle, a small uninhabited island off the coast of Maine, from a travel blog that highlighted unspoiled wilderness getaways. The pictures showed pristine beaches, dense pine forests, and rocky cliffs overlooking the Atlantic. It looked perfect, remote, beautiful, and adventurous. We drove to Havenport, a small fishing town that served as the jumping-off point for the island. It was a charming little place with weathered buildings and boats bobbing in the harbor, but something felt off from the moment we arrived. People weren't unfriendly exactly, but they became noticeably quieter when we mentioned we were headed to Winter's Isle. We found Captain Morris, an older man with leathery skin and a permanent scowl, at the harbor. He was the only one willing to take us out to the island. When we approached him about chartering his boat, he looked us up and down with narrowed eyes. "Winter's Isle, huh? You sure about that? Plenty of nicer spots to camp around here." I remember exchanging a look with Dylan. We'd been planning this trip for months, and neither of us wanted to change our minds. "We're sure," Dylan said. "We've got all our gear and permits." The captain shook his head. "Your call. 300 for the round trip. I'll drop you off and come back in 4 days to get you. And I don't set foot on that island, understand? I dock, you unload, and I leave." At the time, I thought he was just being dramatic to justify the steep price. Now I understand he was trying to warn us. We set off the next morning. The weather was perfect. Clear blue skies with just enough breeze to keep us cool. As we approached Winter's Isle, I couldn't help but feel excited. The island rose from the ocean like something from a fairy tale, tall pines covering rolling hills, small sandy beaches nestled between rocky outcroppings. It was more beautiful than the pictures had shown. Captain Morris stopped at a small natural harbor. "This is as far as I go," he said. "Unload your stuff. I'll be back in 4 days, weather permitting. If I'm not here by noon, there's an emergency radio in that old ranger station on the north side of the island." Before we finished unloading, he added one more thing. "Stay on the beaches and clearings at night. Don't go into the woods after dark." Then he was gone, his boat disappearing around the curve of the island, leaving us alone with the sound of waves and wind in the pines. We set up camp on a flat area above the beach, about 50 feet from the tree line. The rest of that first day was perfect. We hiked along the shore, took pictures of seals on distant rocks, and swam in the cold Atlantic. As the sun set, we built a fire, cooked dinner, and watched the stars appear overhead. That night, we fell asleep to the rhythm of waves hitting the shore. I woke up around 3 in the morning. Something had pulled me from sleep, a sound I couldn't quite place. I lay there in the darkness of our tent, listening. Dylan was breathing deeply beside me, still asleep. Outside, I could hear the waves and the wind, but there was something else, a rustling sound, like something moving through the underbrush near our tent. My first thought was that it was probably just an animal, a raccoon, or maybe a deer, but then the rustling stopped directly outside our tent. I held my breath, straining to hear. There was a soft sound, almost like breathing, and then what felt like something brushing against the fabric of the tent, running from one side to the other. I nudged Dylan awake, my heart pounding. By the time he was alert enough to listen, the sounds had stopped. He checked outside with his flashlight but didn't see anything. "Probably just an animal," he said, echoing my earlier thought. "Let's get back to sleep." But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been outside our tent wasn't just an animal. It had moved too deliberately, too curiously. The next morning, I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing, until we found the footprints. They circled our tent, small and barefoot like a child's, but somehow wrong. The toes were too long, the arch too pronounced. They came from the forest and returned there, a single track leading to and from our campsite. "Maybe it's from other campers," Dylan suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. We hadn't seen any other boats, and Captain Morris had made it clear the island was rarely visited. Despite the footprints, we decided to explore more of the island that day. We hiked inland, following a faint trail that wound through the pines. The forest was beautiful but unnervingly quiet. No birdsong, no squirrels chattering, just the sound of our own footsteps and breathing. About a mile in, we came across the first symbol. It was carved into the trunk of a massive pine tree, a circle with what looked like a stick figure inside it, arms and legs stretched out to touch the circumference. The carving was fresh, the exposed wood still light-colored and oozing sap. "That wasn't in any of the guidebooks," Dylan said, trying to sound light-hearted but failing. We both felt it, that sense of being watched. We found more symbols as we continued, all freshly carved. Some were similar to the first, others more complex, spirals, interconnected circles, shapes that made my eyes hurt if I looked at them too long. By unspoken agreement, we turned back toward camp earlier than planned. That second night was when things truly began to unravel. We built our fire bigger than necessary, neither of us willing to admit we were afraid of the dark. We stayed up late, talking about anything except the footprints and symbols, until exhaustion forced us into our tent. I don't know how long we'd been asleep when the whispers started. At first they blended with my dreams, indistinct voices just at the edge of comprehension. But gradually they grew louder, more insistent, until I was fully awake and frozen with fear. They came from all around the tent, dozens of voices whispering in what sounded like an ancient language, words flowing together like water over stones. I clutched Dylan's arm, and I knew from his rigid posture that he heard them too. The whispers continued for what felt like hours, rising and falling like waves. Sometimes they seemed to move, circling our tent just as those footprints had. And then, just as dawn began to lighten the sky, I heard it, my name, whispered clearly among the incomprehensible sounds. "Megan, Megan, come see, Megan." When daylight finally came, we unzipped the tent with shaking hands. The sight that greeted us still haunts my nightmares. Dozens of footprints surrounded our tent, creating concentric circles in the dirt. They were the same as before, childlike but wrong. Too many toes on some, others with what looked like claws instead of toenails. But worse than the footprints was what hung from a branch directly above our tent. A crude doll, about a foot tall, made from scraps of cloth that looked disturbingly like pieces of clothing similar to what I was wearing. Its head was fashioned from dried seaweed, with buttons for eyes that seemed to stare directly at me. Around its neck was a small shell on a string, identical to a necklace I'd brought with me. "We're leaving. Now." Dylan's voice shook as he started packing our gear. I didn't argue. We packed in record time, leaving behind anything non-essential. The plan was to hike to the ranger station on the north side of the island, where Captain Morris had mentioned the emergency radio. Even though he wasn't scheduled to return for another 2 days, we needed to get off that island. The hike to the north side took most of the day. We stuck to the beaches where possible, avoiding the forest. When we had to go inland, we found more symbols, dozens of them, all freshly carved, some still bleeding sap. At one point, I swear I saw movement among the trees, small figures darting between trunks, always just at the edge of my vision. We reached the ranger station as the sun was setting, a small wooden building that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The door hung open on rusted hinges, and inside we found nothing but rotting furniture and animal droppings. The emergency radio, if it had ever existed, was long gone. "We can try to signal a passing boat tomorrow," Dylan said, trying to sound confident. "Or we can try to swim to the mainland." The mainland was visible from the north shore, a distant line of land that seemed impossibly far away. According to our map, it was nearly 2 miles across open water. We set up our tent on the beach, far from the tree line, and built another large fire. Neither of us slept. The whispers returned as soon as darkness fell, louder than before, more insistent. They seemed to come from the forest edge, dozens or maybe hundreds of voices calling out in that strange language, and again, among the incomprehensible sounds, my name. "Megan, join us. Megan, stay with us." By morning, we were desperate. The mainland didn't look any closer in daylight, but we knew we couldn't spend another night on that island. We gathered what would float, empty water bottles, our sleeping pads, pieces of driftwood, and tied them together with our tent cords to make improvised flotation devices. As we prepared to enter the water, I looked back at the forest one last time. What I saw made my blood run cold. They were there, at the edge of the trees, small, childlike figures with 2 long limbs and heads that weren't quite human. They stood perfectly still, watching us. I couldn't make out their faces, just dark hollows where eyes should be. "Dylan," I whispered, not taking my eyes off the figures. "Look." He turned, and I heard his sharp intake of breath. "Get in the water, now." We pushed our makeshift rafts into the waves and started swimming. The water was freezing, the current stronger than we'd anticipated. I looked back once to see the figures had moved to the beach, still watching. Some were wading into the water. I don't know how we made it to the mainland. By all rights, we should have drowned or died of hypothermia. When we finally dragged ourselves onto a small beach miles from Havenport, we were exhausted, freezing, and terrified. It took us hours to hike to the nearest road, where a passing motorist picked us up and drove us back to town. The locals weren't surprised by our story. In the town's small diner, an elderly woman told us the history that the travel blogs had conveniently omitted. Winter's Isle had been inhabited once, centuries ago, by a colony that disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Over the years, there had been other disappearances, fishermen who ventured too close, campers who never returned. "They're the forgotten ones," she told us, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Children left behind, changed by whatever evil lives in those woods. They call to people, try to make them stay. Some say they're looking for new playmates that they can keep forever." We left Maine that same day, driving straight through the night to get as far away as possible. We told ourselves it was over, that we were safe. But sometimes, when the night is especially quiet, I hear them again, those whispers calling my name. I'll wake up in our suburban home, hundreds of miles from Winter's Isle, and hear them outside our window. And sometimes in the morning, I find small, barefoot prints in the garden beneath our bedroom window, prints that disappear at the edge of the woods behind our house. I don't know if they followed us home, or if something about that island changed me, allowed me to hear things that were always there. All I know is that Winter's Isle hasn't forgotten me, and someday, I'm afraid I'll answer when it calls. Parker. Story 13. I've never told anyone about what happened that night at the Parkview Professional Building. Not because I didn't want to. Trust me, I've wanted to get this off my chest for years. But because I wasn't sure anyone would believe me. And honestly, I'm still not sure I believe it myself. This happened back in April of 2018. I was struggling to make ends meet while finishing my statistics doctoral dissertation. My advisor had basically abandoned me. My funding was drying up, and I was desperate for any income I could get my hands on. When I saw the posting for an overnight data entry position with the Census Bureau, I jumped at it. The pay was decent, and night shifts meant I could still attend my department meetings during the day. The job description was straightforward: digitized paper census forms that had been filled out but not properly entered into the system. The hiring manager, Director Whitmore, was a stern woman in her 50s, with grey hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch her face. During my interview, she emphasized confidentiality about a dozen times. Dr. Reed, she always called me doctor even though I hadn't finished my PhD yet. This position requires absolute discretion. These are sensitive government documents containing personal information. No photographs, no notes, no discussions about what you see. Understood? I nodded eagerly. I didn't care about other people's census data. I just needed the paycheck. The Parkview Professional Building was one of those generic 6-story office complexes built in the 1980s that never quite got updated. The kind with dingy beige walls, flickering fluorescent lights, and an elevator that sounded like it was perpetually on the verge of mechanical failure. The Census Bureau occupied the entire 4th floor. My first few shifts were mind-numbingly boring. I'd sit in a small windowless room with stacks of forms, entering data into an ancient computer system that looked like it hadn't been updated since Windows 95. The night security guard, an older guy named Frank, would check on me once around midnight, but otherwise I was completely alone in the building. Then came April 17th. I remember the date clearly because it was the night everything changed. It was storming badly. One of those spring thunderstorms where lightning strikes so frequently that the sky never fully darkens. I'd arrived at 10 p.m. as usual, soaked from the short walk from the parking lot to the building entrance. Frank nodded at me from his security desk as I dripped all over the lobby floor. "Nasty one tonight, Doc," he said, barely looking up from his crossword puzzle. "They're saying we might lose power." "Great," I muttered. The prospect of sitting in a dark office building all night wasn't appealing, but I needed the hours. The elevator groaned as it carried me to the 4th floor. When I reached my little data entry room, I noticed the stack of forms was much larger than usual. Apparently, they'd found a cache of older forms that needed processing. I sighed, hung my wet jacket on the back of my chair, and got to work. Around 1:30 in the morning, the storm reached its peak. Lightning flashed so close to the building that I could hear the electricity buzzing in the walls. The lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized. My computer screen froze mid-entry, the cursor blinking stubbornly at me. "Come on, don't do this," I muttered, jiggling the mouse uselessly. The last thing I needed was to lose hours of work because of an outdated computer system. The screen went black. Then, without any input from me, it came back on and began rapidly entering data. I yanked my hands away from the keyboard, watching in disbelief as the cursor flew across fields, inputting information I hadn't even looked at yet. It was entering data for a family named Wilcox, residing at 1421 Lakeside Drive. Thomas Wilcox, age 42, Eleanor Wilcox, age 38. Then the screen froze again, but this time text appeared that wasn't part of the standard form. "We were counted. Why weren't they?" A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with my still damp clothes. I reached for the power button, but before I could press it, the screen changed again, now displaying a different form, one I hadn't seen before. It looked older, with a different format than the ones I'd been processing. The overhead lights flickered again, and I heard the elevator ding in the hallway, which was impossible because Frank never came up until his midnight round, and it was well past that now. Besides, he always knocked. I got up and peered out into the corridor. The elevator doors were open, revealing an empty car. As I watched, they closed slowly, then immediately opened again. Closed, opened, like someone was repeatedly pressing the button. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded small in the empty hallway. "Frank, is that you?" No answer, just the continuing open-close rhythm of the elevator doors. I was about to go back to my room when I noticed something on the floor. Wet footprints. Small ones, like from a child's shoe, leading from the elevator toward the records room at the end of the hall. I'm not proud to admit it, But my first instinct was to go back to my room, lock the door, and call security. But then I remembered Frank was the only security, and he was 5 floors down. Besides, what would I tell him? That I was scared of some wet footprints, so instead, I followed them. The trail led directly to the records room, a large storage area where physical copies of census forms were kept in endless rows of filing cabinets. The door was slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling out into the hallway. I pushed it open slowly. "Hello? Is someone in here?" The room appeared empty, but the footprints continued between the rows of cabinets, eventually stopping at a section labeled Historical Records, 1950 Census. One of the drawers was pulled open. I approached cautiously. Inside the drawer was a folder labeled Lakeside Drive, Block 17. With shaking hands, I pulled it out and opened it. There it was, the 1950 census record for 1421 Lakeside Drive. Thomas and Eleanor Wilcox, ages 32 and 28, respectively. But something had been crossed out. 2 names, written and then heavily redacted with black marker: Samuel and Abigail. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I heard a soft rustling sound behind me. I turned slowly. The room was no longer empty. Paper, hundreds of loose census forms, was rising from open drawers, swirling in the air like they were caught in some invisible cyclone. I backed up against the filing cabinet, watching in horror as the papers began to take shape, forming crude, humanoid figures. 4 of them, 2 tall, 2 small, a family. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, unable to move. The paper constructs didn't speak, not with voices, but somehow I could hear them in my head. They weren't threatening, they felt desperate, pleading. "Correct the record," they seemed to say. We were all there, all 4 of us. Correct the record. The smaller figures, child-sized, approached me. One of the papers in the swirl came loose and floated toward me. I caught it reflexively. It was a blank 1950 census form. With trembling hands, I took a pen from my pocket. I don't know why I did it, some combination of terror and a bizarre sense of obligation. I filled out the form. Thomas Wilcox, 32 Eleanor Wilcox, 28 Samuel Wilcox, 11 Abigail Wilcox, 7. The paper figures seemed to lean in, watching me. When I finished, the form was gently pulled from my hands, floating toward a different filing cabinet I hadn't noticed before. This one had a single label: Amended Records. The form slipped itself into the drawer, which closed with a soft click. The moment it did, the paper figures collapsed, forms fluttering to the ground like dead leaves. The lights flickered once more, and I was left alone in a room with papers scattered everywhere. I don't know how long I stood there, my back still pressed against the filing cabinet, before I heard the elevator ding again. This time, footsteps followed, adult footsteps. Director Whitmore appeared in the doorway, looking as if she'd been awakened from sleep. Her hair was down and she wore a raincoat over what looked like pajamas. "Dr. Reed," she said, surveying the mess of papers with an oddly calm expression, "I see you've had an eventful night." I struggled to find words. There was the computer. She held up a hand to stop me. The system alerted me to an amendment being processed. I came as soon as I could. She walked to the amended records cabinet and opened the drawer, pulling out the form I'd just filled out, but when she showed it to me, it wasn't in my handwriting anymore. It looked official, typed rather than handwritten. "Thomas and Eleanor Wilcox," she read. "Samuel and Abigail Wilcox." She nodded, satisfied. The system worked as intended. "What system?" I managed to ask. "What just happened?" Director Whitmore looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read, somewhere between approval and pity. "Not everyone is counted the first time around, Dr. Reed," she said cryptically. "Sometimes it takes a more receptive individual to ensure the record is complete." She replaced the form in the drawer and turned to me. "You should go home now, get some rest. I'll take care of the cleanup." I didn't need to be told twice. I practically ran to my little room, grabbed my jacket, and headed for the elevator. As the doors closed, I could have sworn I saw two small figures standing at the end of the hallway, holding hands, but when I blinked, they were gone. I drove home in a daze, the rain still pounding on my windshield. I called in sick the next day, using a migraine as an excuse. When I returned the following night, everything was normal. The records room was tidy, my computer worked properly, and Director Whitmore never mentioned the incident. But I couldn't let it go. A week later, I used my university credentials to access historical newspaper archives. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. A small article from April 1950, just days before the census was conducted. "Tragic fire claims lives of 2 children," the headline read. Samuel and Abigail Wilcox had died when their house on Lakeside Drive caught fire while their parents were at a neighbor's house. The article mentioned that Thomas Wilcox had become distraught when the census enumerator arrived the following week, insisting that his children be counted. The enumerator, following protocol for the recently deceased, had omitted them. I quit the census job soon after, making an excuse about needing to focus on my dissertation. Director Whitmore accepted my resignation with a knowing look, but said nothing about that night. I thought that was the end of it, but every 10 years, like clockwork, I receive census forms in the mail for my household. And without fail, tucked in with my legitimate forms, there's always one for the Wilcox family at 1421 Lakeside Drive. Thomas and Eleanor age normally, but Samuel and Abigail are always 11 and 7. I fill them out dutifully and mail them to a special address printed at the bottom. Census Bureau, Special Processing Division. I don't know if anyone else can see these forms, or if they're meant only for me. All I know is that I never throw them away. Some people deserve to be counted, even if history tried to erase them. Story 14. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that Easter Sunday in 1994. I was 15 then, working my first job at Lake Ridge Country Club on Long Island. My mom had connections with the manager since we were members there, and she thought it would build character for me to help with the Easter festivities instead of just enjoying them like I had every year before. So there I was, dressed in this ridiculous pastel blue polo shirt with the Lake Ridge logo, setting up little paper signs pointing to the egg hunt areas, while other staff hid thousands of plastic eggs across the grounds. The whole place was decked out with Easter decorations, pastel ribbons on everything, flower arrangements everywhere, and these creepy plastic rabbits that the event coordinator, Mrs. Hartwell, insisted added charm. I remember thinking how fake everything felt. The plastic grass, the forced smiles from the staff who had to work on a holiday, the parents showing off their country club membership like it made them special. My job that day was pretty simple. Help direct families to different areas based on their kids' ages, make sure nobody went into restricted zones, and keep an eye on the hedge maze where the special eggs were hidden. The maze wasn't that impressive, honestly. About 8 feet tall, perfectly trimmed hedges forming this winding path that eventually led to a small gazebo in the center. The older kids loved it because parents weren't allowed inside. Club rules said kids 12 and up could go in unsupervised while younger ones needed an adult. It made it feel exclusive or something. I was stationed near the maze entrance around 11 that morning when the Wellingtons arrived. I knew them a little, not personally, but everyone at Lake Ridge knew the Wellingtons. Mr. Wellington was some big-shot investment banker, always walking around like he owned the place. Mrs. Wellington was quiet, always perfectly dressed, like she stepped out of a catalogue. Their twins, James and Elizabeth, were in my little brother's grade at Oakview Prep. The twins were identical in a lot of ways. Both had this white blonde hair that looked almost silver in the sunlight. Both were kind of quiet and serious for 12-year-olds. But James was the shy one, always half hidden behind his sister, while Elizabeth was more confident. That day they were dressed in matching outfits, powder blue sweaters, white pants, those expensive sneakers all the rich kids had, each carrying one of those woven Easter baskets with their names embroidered on the side. "Hi, we'd like to do the maze," Elizabeth announced to me, all proper like she was addressing a servant or something. I just nodded and checked them off on my clipboard. "You know the rules. Follow the paths, no climbing or damaging the hedges. Special golden eggs are hidden throughout. Find one and bring it to the gazebo in the center for a prize. James didn't say anything, just stared at the entrance. Something about his expression bothered me. Not excited like most kids, but almost reluctant. Elizabeth pulled him by the sleeve, and they disappeared into the maze. The next hour was a blur of activity. Kids running everywhere, parents sipping mimosas on the terrace, my supervisor yelling at me to pick up discarded candy wrappers. I didn't think about the Wellington twins until I heard the screaming. It was the kind of scream that cuts through everything else, raw and terrified. I sprinted toward the maze entrance where a crowd was already gathering. Elizabeth Wellington had emerged alone, her face chalk white, gasping for breath between hysterical sobs. Her perfect outfit was now smudged with dirt, her knees grass-stained, and most disturbing, she was only wearing one shoe. Something took James, she kept screaming, her voice cracking. Something took him. In the maze, it took him. Security guards rushed past me into the maze. Mrs. Wellington appeared, wrapping her daughter in her arms while Mr. Wellington demanded answers from the club manager. I stood there frozen, watching everything unfold like some surreal movie. The next few hours were chaos. Police swarmed the place, the egg hunt was cancelled, and every inch of the club was searched. I got questioned twice. Did I see anyone suspicious near the maze? Did the twins say anything strange when they entered? Did I notice anyone following them? All I could tell them was what I'd seen. Two normal kids entering a hedge maze on Easter morning. Nothing strange, nothing suspicious. By evening, they'd found James's basket and one scuffed shoe in the maze, but no James. The club was in lockdown, and they were interviewing every single employee and guest. I remember sitting in the staff room with a police officer asking me questions while my mom waited outside, looking worried sick. "Did you hear anything unusual around the time of the disappearance?" the officer asked. I shook my head, but then remembered something. There was this weird thumping sound from the maze a little while before the screaming. I thought it was just kids running, but it sounded, I don't know, heavier, like someone jumping really hard. The officer wrote something down. "Anything else?" "No, but..." I hesitated. Elizabeth kept saying something took her brother, not someone. I thought that was weird. They let me go after that, but the whole drive home, I couldn't shake the image of Elizabeth's terrified face and her strange choice of words. Something, not someone. 3 days later, I was back at work. The club was still open but eerily quiet. The egg hunt disaster had made the local news, and members were staying away. I was helping in the kitchen, putting away some supplies, when one of the dishwashers started freaking out about something in the garbage. It was James's other shoe, buried under food scraps and napkins in a trash can that only staff had access to. The police came back, and everyone who'd worked in the kitchen that week was questioned intensively. That's when the whispers started among the staff. How could the shoe get there? The kitchen was locked after hours, and the garbage was changed daily. Someone must have put it there recently. Someone who worked at Lake Ridge. A week after that, the really creepy shit started. Mrs. Hartwell called an emergency staff meeting to tell us that the Wellingtons had received a package at their home, James's membership card and some kind of map of the maze with an X marked on it. The police weren't releasing all the details, but the rumor was that it had been drawn with blood, James's blood. That's when Hector, one of the groundskeepers who'd worked at Lake Ridge forever, finally spoke up about what some of the older staff had been whispering about. "This place was built on the old Whitmore estate," he told us during our break, his voice low. "Back in the 60s, before it was a country club, a boy disappeared playing in those gardens, right where the maze is now. I remember how cold I felt hearing that, despite the spring warmth. The boy's name was Peter Whitmore," Hector continued, "son of the family that owned the property, 10 years old. Vanished during an Easter egg hunt the family was hosting. They never found him." "That's just a coincidence," someone said, but nobody looked convinced. "His sister saw something that day," Hector insisted. "Something watching them from the garden. She told the police it had a rabbit head, but a man's body. Everyone thought she was confused from trauma, but she never changed her story. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Elizabeth's words. Something took James, and the strange thumping I'd heard from the maze, like a rabbit hopping, but heavier. I started looking into the Whitmore case on my own. This was before internet was big, so I spent hours at the local library going through microfiche archives of old newspapers. Sure enough, in April 1967, 10-year-old Peter Whitmore had vanished from his family's estate. The gardens where he disappeared eventually became part of Lake Ridge's grounds, including the hedge maze. The articles mentioned his sister Eleanor's bizarre claims about the Easter rabbit, something tall and thin with a rabbit head and human hands that she said had been watching them play. The police dismissed it as a child's imagination mixed with trauma. I quit my job at Lake Ridge that summer. Couldn't stand being there anymore, especially around the maze. The Wellington case went cold, despite the massive investigation. No body, no suspects, just a missing 12-year-old boy and his traumatized sister, who insisted something inhuman had taken him. 3 years later, in '97, my mom mentioned something strange at breakfast. She'd run into Mrs. Wellington at the grocery store, and the woman looked terrible. Not just sad, but terrified. Apparently, that Easter morning, she'd found a basket on her porch with a single painted egg inside. The egg had James's initials on it and 1997 painted beneath. The handwriting matched her son's. She found another one the next Easter, and the next. Always just one egg, always with James's initials and the current year. When they demolished Lake Ridge in 2005 to build condos, construction workers found something beneath the gazebo in the center of the maze, a small underground chamber. Inside were children's drawings spanning decades, all showing the same disturbing figure, tall, thin, with a rabbit head and human hands. The oldest was dated 1967, signed by Peter Whitmore. The newest was dated Easter 1997. Signed by James Wellington, 3 years after he disappeared. I drive past that condo development sometimes. They kept part of the old gardens as a historic feature, including the concrete foundation where the gazebo once stood. Every Easter, despite security cameras and private property signs, a single painted egg appears there, bearing the initials PW and JW and the current year. Nobody has ever been recorded leaving these eggs. Nobody has ever been caught. The cameras malfunction every Easter night without fail. I don't celebrate Easter anymore. I keep the blinds drawn and doors locked that day. Because sometimes when spring arrives and the air gets that certain sweetness, I swear I can hear it outside my window at night. That sound I heard in the maze all those years ago. A heavy, thumping hop. Like a rabbit, but much, much bigger. Story 15. I never thought I'd actually share this story with anyone outside my family, but I need to get this off my chest and see if anyone else has experienced something similar. When I was 9, my family moved into this older house in a regular neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a normal house on the corner of Pine and Elm, where the traffic was always a bit noisy. My bedroom was pretty small. Just enough space for my bunk bed. Even though I was an only child, I thought bunks were cool. A dresser, and not much else. The weird thing about the room was this massive mirror that covered almost the entire wall opposite my bed. It was actually a closet door, but it was basically just one giant mirror reflecting everything in the room. I remember the first few nights in that house were totally normal. I'd go to bed around 8:30, read some comics with my flashlight until 9, then fall asleep. But about 2 weeks after we moved in, something really strange started happening. I woke up one night feeling completely calm. No startling awake, no scary dream. I just opened my eyes. The digital clock on my dresser said it was exactly 3:17 in the morning, and there she was, standing in the middle of my room. It was a woman, but not like any person I'd ever seen. Her entire body was just darkness. Like a shadow that had pulled itself off the wall and was standing there in 3 dimensions. I couldn't see any features of her face or body. It was like looking at a completely black silhouette. But what made it so bizarre was that she was wearing this incredibly white wedding dress. It was the whitest thing I'd ever seen, almost glowing in the darkness of my room. The contrast between her shadow body and that pristine dress was so sharp, it's burned into my memory forever. She wasn't looking at me though. She was just standing there, completely still, staring at herself in that giant mirror. I remember thinking I should be terrified, but strangely, I wasn't scared at all. There was something peaceful about her presence. After watching her for what felt like forever, but was probably just a minute or two, I fell back asleep. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just a weird dream. Kids have weird dreams all the time, right? But then it happened again the next night. Same time, 3:17 exactly. I woke up, and there she was in the same spot, in the same position, staring at the mirror. This time I actually pinched myself hard on the arm. It hurt. I was definitely awake. Again, the strange thing was that I still wasn't scared. She never moved toward me or even acknowledged I was there. She just stood there staring at her reflection. After a few minutes, I fell back asleep again. This continued every single night for about a week before I finally mentioned it to my mom. We were eating breakfast before school, and I just casually said, "Mom, do you know anything about the lady in the wedding dress who stands in my room at night?" The look on her face was strange, not exactly shocked, but definitely concerned. She took a sip of her coffee and said, "Oh honey, that's probably just Dad playing a trick on you with his projector." My dad was kind of a prankster, so it almost made sense, but something about her explanation didn't sit right with me. Still, I was just a kid, so I nodded and finished my cereal. Later that day, she told me, "Next time you see her, you should call for me, okay?" I agreed, but when 3:17 came around that night and the bride appeared again, I couldn't bring myself to call out. It wasn't because I was scared or my voice wouldn't work. It was because it felt disrespectful somehow, like I'd be interrupting something important. The visits continued with perfect consistency. Every night at exactly 3:17, I'd wake up and she'd be there, always in the same spot, always staring at the mirror. I started to look forward to seeing her, as weird as that sounds. It was like having this secret companion who never bothered me or made any demands. She just existed in my room for a few minutes each night. About 2 weeks into these visits, something changed. I woke up at the usual time, and she was there in her white dress, but this time she wasn't alone. Standing next to her was a man, or at least the shape of a man. Like her, he was completely made of darkness with no visible features, but he was wearing a perfectly black tuxedo. Even though I couldn't see their faces, I could tell they were looking at each other in the mirror. He was holding her hand. That night, for the first time, I felt something different in the room. Not fear, but a sense of completion, like I was witnessing something that had been building up for these past weeks. I watched them for a few minutes until my eyelids got heavy, and I drifted back to sleep. The next night, I waited, but nobody appeared. The night after that, same thing. The bride and groom never came back. I actually felt a little sad, like I'd lost some strange friends. I didn't bring it up with my mom again until years later when I was 16. We were cleaning out the attic, and I found some old photos of the house from before we moved in. Just casually, I asked, "Hey Mom, remember when I used to see that woman in the wedding dress in my room at night?" She stopped what she was doing and sat down on an old trunk. "Mitchell," she said, using my full name, which she only did when she was being serious, "I need to tell you something." She admitted she'd always known the house was haunted when we bought it. The previous owners had told her about strange occurrences, objects moving, lights turning on and off, and yes, sightings of a woman in a wedding dress. They'd sold the house at a discount because of it. My mum hadn't wanted to scare me, so she'd made up the story about Dad's projector. According to what she'd learned from neighbors, back in the 1970s, a bride had died in a car accident on her way to her wedding. The groom had been devastated and died of what people called a broken heart just a few weeks later. Nobody knew why the bride's spirit had attached to our house specifically. It wasn't where she had lived or died. But why did she always stare at the mirror? I asked. My mom shrugged. Maybe she was waiting for something or someone. That's when it clicked for me. She had been waiting for him. For 2 weeks, she stood there alone, looking at herself in her wedding dress until finally he found her. They were reunited in that mirror in my bedroom, and then they moved on together. We moved out of that house when I was 17, and I've lived in several places since then. I've never experienced anything paranormal before or after those 2 weeks when I was 9. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but the memory is too vivid, too consistent to have been a dream. The strangest part is that I've never been afraid of ghosts or the dark because of this experience. If anything, it gave me a weird sort of comfort. Whatever exists after we die, maybe we're not alone. Maybe we can find the people we love again, even if it takes time. I still think about them sometimes. The bride in her impossibly white dress and the groom who finally came for her. I wonder if they're somewhere together now, or if they're still visiting some other kid's bedroom at 3:17 in the morning, standing hand in front of a mirror, finally complete. To this day, I can't explain what I saw. I've researched the history of that house and the neighborhood extensively, but found no records of a bride dying nearby or any connection to wedding tragedies. The previous owners are gone now too, moved across the country. All I have is what I saw with my own eyes for those 2 weeks, and the strange peace I felt in the presence of something that should have terrified me. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? A haunting that didn't feel threatening or scary? I'd really like to know I'm not alone in this. Story 16. I've always been the adventurous type, but what happened at Blackstone Mountain last month has made me question everything I thought I knew about the world. I can't stop thinking about it. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that voice again. It was Liam's idea to do the night hike. We'd been dating for about 6 months, and we were always looking for new thrills. We'd both heard about the glowworm cave near the waterfall trail at Blackstone Mountain and how beautiful it looks at night. The photos online were stunning, these little blue-green lights dotting the cave ceiling like stars, but they're only visible in complete darkness, which is why we decided to go in the middle of the night. Looking back, I should have listened to my gut from the very beginning. We left our apartment just after midnight. The drive to Blackstone Mountain is about 2 hours from where we live, and we figured we'd have the trail completely to ourselves at that hour. We packed light, just water bottles, energy bars, our phones for emergencies, and headlamps. I remember feeling excited as we drove through the empty roads, the trees creating these weird shadows in the headlights. We were singing along to some playlist Liam had made, completely unaware of what was waiting for us. We arrived at the trailhead parking lot around 2:30 in the morning. It was completely deserted, which I expected, but somehow it felt different than I imagined. The silence was heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. As soon as I stepped out of the car, a wave of uneasiness washed over me. I can't explain it, but something felt wrong. The air seemed thicker, colder than it should have been for that time of year. "You okay?" Liam asked, noticing my hesitation. "Yeah, just a bit creeped out," I admitted. "It's really dark out here." He laughed and switched on his headlamp. "That's the point, Cass. Can't see glowworms in daylight." I turned on my own headlamp and tried to shake off the feeling. I told myself it was just normal anxiety about being in the woods at night. Anyone would feel a little on edge, right? The trail started off easily enough. It was well maintained, with wooden steps built into the steeper sections. Our headlamps carved narrow tunnels of light through the darkness. All around us, the forest seemed alive with sounds. The rustle of leaves, distant animal calls, the creak of branches. Normal forest stuff, but at night, everything seems more sinister. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes when I first heard it. Footsteps in the bushes, off to the side of the trail. Not animal footsteps, but heavy, deliberate steps, like someone wearing boots. I grabbed Liam's arm. "Did you hear that?" He stopped, and we both listened. The sound had stopped too. "Probably just a raccoon or something," he said after a moment. I wasn't convinced, but we kept going. The trail began to wind upward, getting steeper as we approached the waterfall. I could hear the distant rush of water getting louder. That's when I heard the footsteps again, closer this time, keeping pace with us just beyond the reach of our lights. "Liam, I swear someone's following us," I whispered, my heart pounding. He stopped again and called out, "Hello, is someone there?" His voice echoed back at us, but there was no answer, just silence. Even the normal forest sounds had stopped, which made it even creepier. "Let's keep going," he said, his voice not quite as confident as before. "We're almost to the waterfall, then we can check out the cave and head back." As we continued, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, but our headlamps only illuminated a small area, leaving the rest in impenetrable darkness. The footsteps continued, sometimes fading, sometimes getting louder, always just out of sight. About 15 minutes later, we reached a wooden platform that overlooked the river. In daylight, this would have been a gorgeous spot with a view of the waterfall, but at night I could only hear the powerful rush of water below us. There was a sign posted near the edge, but I could only make out parts of it in the dim light of my headlamp, something about swimming being dangerous and several fatalities. That's when I heard a strange sound, not footsteps this time, but a weird clicking noise coming from behind us on the trail. It wasn't mechanical, more like something organic but unnatural. I swung my light around but saw nothing. "Did you hear that?" I asked Liam. He nodded, looking concerned for the first time. "Yeah, weird. Let's keep moving. The cave should be just ahead." We continued along the trail, which now ran alongside the river. The waterfall sound was deafening, and I had to strain to hear if the footsteps were still following us. The path narrowed as it curved around a rock face with wooden stairs leading upward around a bend. I couldn't see what was beyond the corner, but I knew from the trail map that this was where the waterfall would come into full view, with the glow-worm cave entrance nearby. As we approached the bend in the stairs, the eerie feeling intensified to the point where I felt physically ill. My skin was crawling, and I had goosebumps despite the mild temperature. The clicking sounds had returned, louder and more persistent, coming from just behind us. I turned around to look back down the trail, pointing my headlamp into the darkness, and that's when it happened. A female voice, clear as day, spoke directly into my ear. "Stop!" It wasn't shouted or threatening. It was calm but firm, as if someone was standing right next to me, warning me of immediate danger. But there was nobody there. I whipped around, my light scanning wildly, but I was alone on the stairs, with Liam a few steps ahead of me. The voice sent a cold shiver through my entire body. It wasn't just the unexpectedness of it. It was the absolute certainty I felt that whoever or whatever had spoken wasn't human. At least, not anymore. The voice had a strange quality to it, like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. At that exact moment, Liam turned around too. His face looked pale in the harsh light of our headlamps. "Cassandra, I think we should go back," he said, his voice tight with fear. I didn't need to be told twice. We both turned and started running back down the stairs. The clicking sounds intensified, seeming to chase us as we fled. I swear I could feel something right behind me, so close that if I slowed down even slightly, it would catch me. We ran all the way back to the car, not stopping once, not even speaking. The entire time, I kept hearing that voice in my head. "Stop!" Over and over again. When we finally reached the parking lot, we were both gasping for breath. I leaned against the car, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand. "Did you hear it?" I asked between breaths. "The voice." Liam looked at me strangely. "What voice?" "Someone, a woman, said stop right in my ear back on the stairs." He shook his head. "I didn't hear any voice, but..." He hesitated. "I saw something." When we were at that bend in the trail, I shined my light ahead and saw how high the river was. It was way above normal levels, rushing over those rocks where the swimming hole usually is. That's why I thought we should turn back. We sat in the car for a while, trying to calm down. Neither of us could explain the footsteps or the clicking sounds. As the adrenaline wore off, I started piecing things together. "That sign back at the viewing platform," I said slowly. "It was warning about swimming, right? About people who died there?" Liam nodded. "Yeah. I've heard stories about that waterfall. Apparently several hikers have drowned there over the years. The currents are really treacherous, especially after rain." "And it rained heavily last week," I added, remembering the flash flood warnings we'd had. It wasn't until we were halfway home, the sky starting to lighten with the first hints of dawn, that I realized something that made my blood run cold all over again. "Liam, I heard that first strange noise, the footsteps, right after I read that warning sign about swimming, and the voice stopped me right before we would have rounded the corner to see the waterfall and cave." He glanced at me, his hands tight on the steering wheel. "What are you saying?" I swallowed hard. I think something was trying to protect us, warning us about the danger. We've spent weeks researching the history of Blackstone Mountain since then. We found newspaper articles about 5 different hikers who died at that waterfall over the past 30 years. 3 of them were night hikers, just like us. One article mentioned a young woman who slipped and fell from the exact spot where I heard the voice. I don't know what would have happened if we'd continued around that bend in the trail. Maybe nothing. Maybe we would have just seen the high water and turned back anyway. But I can't shake the feeling that something terrible was waiting for us, and that something else, someone else, intervened. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. I've always thought there was a logical explanation for everything, but what happened that night at Blackstone Mountain doesn't have a logical explanation. I heard that voice. It was real. It was trying to save us. We haven't gone hiking at night since then. I don't think we ever will again. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still hear that voice. Stop! And I wake up in a cold sweat, wondering whose voice it was and what might have happened if I hadn't listened. I can't explain it to this day, but I know what I heard, and I know that whatever it wasn't human, at least not anymore. And if you ever find yourself on Blackstone Mountain's waterfall trail at night, and you hear footsteps following you or a voice telling you to stop, listen to it. It might just be saving your life. Story 17. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest after all these years. I've tried to make sense of what happened that night in our Brookfield apartment, but I still can't explain it. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened about 15 years ago. My wife Sarah and I had just gotten married, and we were excited about starting our life together in our new second-floor apartment in Brookfield, Connecticut. It wasn't anything fancy, just a 2-bedroom place with decent rent in a quiet neighborhood. We'd been there about 3 months when it happened. I should mention I'm an incredibly light sleeper, always have been. The slightest noise wakes me up. A car door closing outside, the refrigerator kicking on, even Sarah turning over in her sleep sometimes. It's annoying, but I've learned to live with it. This particular night, I remember it was a Tuesday in October. The weather had just started getting colder, and we had our windows closed for the first time that fall. I'd gone to bed around 11 after watching some forgettable TV show, and Sarah had fallen asleep beside me almost immediately. She could sleep through anything, complete opposite of me. I don't know exactly what time it was when I first woke up, but the digital clock on our nightstand said it was just after 1 in the morning. What woke me wasn't the usual stuff. This was different. It sounded like footsteps, but not heavy, adult footsteps. These were light and quick, like a child running. Pat, 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 pat. At first, my groggy brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was the neighbors. But no, we lived on the second floor, and there was nobody above us. The apartment below us belonged to an older couple who definitely didn't have kids. My mind then jumped to possible explanations. Maybe it was the pipes? The heating system had just been turned on for the season. Or maybe it was something outside. I laid there completely still, just listening. The footsteps had stopped. After about a minute of complete silence, I figured it must have been nothing and tried to go back to sleep. Sarah was still sleeping peacefully beside me, completely unaware. I closed my eyes and was just starting to drift off when I felt it. It's hard to describe, but it was like a shift in the energy of the room. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you and you can just sense their presence before you see them? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. I suddenly became hyper-aware that something was in our bedroom with us. I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything, but I knew something was there. The feeling was so strong that my attention was almost physically pulled toward the foot of our bed. My eyes were open now, staring into the darkness toward where I felt this presence. Our bedroom was dark, but not pitch black. There was a little light coming in from the street lamp outside, enough that I could make out the general shapes of our furniture, the dresser, the closet door, the end of our bed. That's when it happened. It started with a cold rush that swept through my entire body. Not like a draft or a chill. This felt like it came from inside me, like my blood had suddenly turned to ice water. The room was still dark, but everything took on this weird, blurry blue tint. It wasn't like someone had turned on a blue light, more like my vision was vibrating, and that vibration was somehow blue. The worst part was I couldn't move. Not a finger, not a toe, nothing. It was like my body had been switched off while my mind stayed completely alert. I tried to turn towards Sarah, who was sleeping just inches away from me, but I couldn't. I tried to call out to her, to say her name, to make any sound at all, but my mouth wouldn't work. The panic that sets in when you realize you're completely paralyzed is unlike anything I've ever experienced before or since. My mind was screaming, but my body was a prison. I could still breathe, thank God, but each breath felt shallow and insufficient. I focused everything I had on trying to move, to break whatever invisible force was holding me down. I concentrated on my mouth, trying to force any sound out. After what felt like an eternity of straining, I managed to push out a single word. What? It came out as barely a whisper, strained and forced, but it was something. And the moment I said it, everything stopped. The blue hue disappeared. The cold sensation vanished. My body was mine again. It all happened so fast, maybe 10 seconds total from start to finish, but it felt like an eternity. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I immediately looked toward the foot of the bed, half expecting to see someone or something standing there, but there was nothing. Sarah stirred beside me. "You okay?" she mumbled, half asleep. "Yeah," I lied, not wanting to wake her fully. "Just a weird dream." But it wasn't a dream. I was completely awake when it happened. I know the difference between dreaming and being awake, and I was definitely awake. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I sat up in bed, back against the headboard, watching the room until sunrise. Every shadow, every creak of the building settling, made my heart race. I kept thinking about those footsteps like a child running that had woken me up in the first place. Was there a connection? Had something followed those footsteps into our bedroom? The next morning, I was a zombie. Sarah noticed and asked if I was feeling sick. I almost told her then, but something held me back. We'd only been married for a few months. What would she think if her new husband started talking about ghostly presences and paralysis in the middle of the night? She'd think she'd married a crazy person. So I blamed it on insomnia and too much caffeine the day before. I went to work, came home, and tried to act normal. That night, I was terrified to go to bed. I stayed up watching TV until my eyes couldn't stay open anymore. When I finally did go to bed, I left the bathroom light on with the door cracked, something I hadn't done since I was a kid afraid of the dark, but nothing happened that night, or the next night, or any night after that. Whatever had visited our bedroom that one night never came back, at least not while I was aware of it. Over the years, I've tried to make sense of what happened. The most logical explanation would be sleep paralysis. I've read about it and some of the symptoms match: the inability to move, the feeling of a presence, even hallucinations. But there are parts that don't fit. The footsteps that woke me up before it happened. The specific blue hue everything took on, and most importantly, the fact that I was definitely awake when it started. We lived in that apartment for 2 more years before moving to a house in a different part of town. In that time, I never experienced anything like that again. I never mentioned it to Sarah, though sometimes I wonder if she ever sensed anything strange in that apartment too. The weird thing is, I'm not a particularly superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or whatever, or at least I didn't before that night. Now I'm not so sure. There was something in our bedroom that night, something that held me in place and made me feel a terror I've never felt before or since. What bothers me most is not knowing what it was or why it came to me. Was it just passing through? Was it curious? Was it trying to communicate something? Or was it malevolent, and I just got lucky that it left after only a few seconds? I've never told anyone this story until now. It sounds crazy, I know, but I know what I experienced. Those footsteps, like a child running, that overwhelming sense that something was there at the foot of our bed, the cold rush, the blue hue, the complete paralysis. It was all real. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, and for a split second, I'm back in that moment of terror, waiting to feel that presence again. 15 years later, and I still sleep with one eye open. Story 18. I still get nightmares about that basement room. It's been 12 years, but I can still smell it. That mix of old paper, mildew, and something else I couldn't identify at the time. Something wrong. I was working night shift at Crestwood PD back in October of 2011, small department in rural Pennsylvania, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business. I'd been an officer there for almost 4 years by then. Not long enough to be considered a veteran, but not a rookie either. That night I was doing inventory in the basement evidence room. Boring stuff, really. Just checking boxes against a list, making sure everything was accounted for. The basement was always cold and damp, even in summer. The building dated back to the 1930s, and it showed cracked concrete floors, flickering fluorescent lights, the works. I was moving some boxes of old case files when I noticed something odd about the far wall. There was a slight gap where the shelving unit met the concrete and a faint draft coming through. When I pushed against the shelf, it moved slightly. It shouldn't have moved at all. After some struggling, I managed to pull the shelf away from the wall. Behind it was a door, a metal door with no handle, just a keyhole. It wasn't on any building plan I'd ever seen, and I'd been through plenty of training drills covering every inch of that station. I'll admit I was curious, but also smart enough to know this wasn't something I should mess with alone. So I did what any reasonable officer would do. I reported it to my supervisor, Lieutenant Mark Holloway, first thing the next morning. I expected routine curiosity, maybe even thanks for finding something unusual. What I got instead still chills me. Holloway's face went completely blank for a moment, then flushed red. He slammed his coffee mug down so hard it cracked. "That area is off limits. It's an old storage area for classified documents. Nothing to concern yourself with, Merritt," he snapped. His voice was calm, but his eyes were wild. "Forget what you saw. That's an order." I nodded and backed out of his office, but something about his reaction set off every alarm bell in my head. In 8 years of law enforcement, 4 in Philly before moving to Crestwood, I'd never seen a reaction like that to something so seemingly mundane. Later that day, Teresa Vasquez, one of the few other officers I was friendly with, cornered me in the break room. Teresa had been with Crestwood PD for 15 years, longer than almost anyone except Holloway and a couple others. "James," she whispered, glancing around to make sure we were alone. "Drop whatever you found in the basement, for your family's sake." Before I could ask what she meant, she walked away, refusing to make eye contact with me for the rest of the shift. Over the next week, I noticed changes. My assignment suddenly kept me away from the station as much as possible. Other officers stopped talking when I entered rooms. Holloway began reviewing all my reports with unusual scrutiny. I was being frozen out, and I didn't understand why. At home, I couldn't shake the feeling something was seriously wrong. My wife noticed my distraction and asked what was bothering me. but I brushed it off as work stress. I didn't want to worry her. We had a 5-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son. They were my world, and now Teresa's warning kept replaying in my mind. Still, I couldn't let it go. I've always been stubborn that way, so I started digging, but carefully. During my lunch breaks, I'd go to the local library to use their computers rather than the ones at the station. I started researching Crestwood's history, focusing on the police department. What I found disturbed me deeply. Between 1992 and 1998, 7 people had vanished from Crestwood and the surrounding area, all between the ages of 17 and 25, all classified as missing persons, but with minimal investigation. The cases had seemingly been abandoned after a few weeks. The more I dug, the worse it got. 5 of the 7 had last been seen being questioned by Crestwood police officers, not arrested, just brought in for questioning about various minor offenses, and they never came home. The disappearances stopped abruptly in 1998, right when Chief Douglas Verner retired unexpectedly at age 55 and was replaced by Robert Holloway, Lieutenant Mark Holloway's father. The timing couldn't be coincidental. I knew I was taking an enormous risk, but I had to know what was behind that door. So 2 weeks after discovering it, I volunteered for the overnight shift on a Tuesday when the station would be nearly empty. I brought a small kit of lockpicking tools I'd kept from my days on a special entry team in Philadelphia. At 3 in the morning, with only a dispatcher up front and no other officers in the building, I made my way down to the basement. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The lock was old but complicated, and it took nearly 20 minutes of careful work before I heard that satisfying click. The door swung open with a low creak that sounded impossibly loud in the silence. I shined my flashlight inside, then fumbled for a light switch. What I saw when the single bulb flickered on stopped me cold. It was like a museum of horror organized with bureaucratic precision. 7 metal filing cabinets lined one wall, each labeled with a name and date. 7 evidence boxes were stacked on shelves. 7 clipboards hung from hooks, each with a photograph attached. I started with the clipboards. Each held a detailed log of interrogation sessions with the missing persons. The entries were methodical, noting times, methods used, and responses. The final entry on each clipboard simply read, "Procedure complete," with a time and date. The signatures at the bottom of each log varied, but Lieutenant Holloway's appeared on 5 of them. The filing cabinets contained personal effects, wallets, jewelry, ID cards, things that should have been returned to families or logged as official evidence. One cabinet held a Crestwood High School class ring from 1995. Another contained a half-finished letter to a mother, never sent, but it was the evidence boxes that confirmed my worst fears. Each contained clothing items showing unmistakable evidence of violence, bloodstains, tears, burns, and beneath those, carefully preserved in plastic sleeves, were Polaroid photographs. The photos documented everything: the subjects restrained in a room I didn't recognize, the progression of their interrogations, and finally, what was unmistakably their deaths. Most disturbing of all, several officers were clearly visible in these photos, including a younger Mark Holloway. I felt physically sick. I had to step out of the room twice to keep from throwing up, but I forced myself to continue, to document everything. I used my personal phone to photograph every page, every item, every horror in that room. I knew no one would believe me without proof. According to the logs, these weren't random killings. Each victim had witnessed something: officers moving packages late at night, meetings with known drug dealers, money changing hands. They'd been silenced to protect a system of corruption that had apparently run for years under Chief Verner's leadership. By 5 in the morning, I had photographed everything and carefully returned it all exactly as I found it. I locked the door and moved the shelf back into place. Then I went to the bathroom and vomited until there was nothing left. I called in sick the next day. I needed time to think, to plan. I knew I couldn't go to Holloway or anyone else at Crestwood PD. This went too deep, involved too many people. I briefly considered going to the FBI, but feared a leak could put my family in immediate danger. In the end, I decided to contact the Pennsylvania State Police directly. I met a lieutenant from their criminal investigation division at a diner 30 miles away from Crestwood. I showed him some of the photos and explained what I'd found. To his credit, he believed me immediately and acted quickly. 3 days later, state police raided Crestwood PD with a warrant, but someone had warned them. When they reached the basement, the hidden door was standing open, and the room had been emptied. Every file, every photo, every piece of evidence was gone. If I hadn't taken those photographs, that would have been the end of it. But I had documentation, over 200 images showing exactly what had been there. It was enough for the state attorney general to open a full investigation. The aftermath was both vindicating and devastating. Former Chief Werner was found in a nursing home suffering from dementia. During his lucid periods, he confessed to overseeing what he called a cleaning operation to eliminate witnesses to the department's involvement in drug trafficking and protection rackets. Excavations of abandoned mine shafts in the area eventually recovered human remains from 5 of the 7 victims. DNA confirmed their identities. Multiple officers, including Lieutenant Holloway, received life sentences for their roles in the murders. For me and my family, the price of exposing the truth was steep. The harassment started immediately. Threatening phone calls, dead animals on our porch. My wife followed while shopping. Our house was broken into twice. My children couldn't sleep through the night. 6 months after the investigation began, we entered witness protection. New names, new state, new lives. I gave up my career in law enforcement. How could I trust any department after what I'd seen? Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd just followed orders and forgotten about that door. Would those 7 victims ever have received justice? Would their families ever have known what happened? I try to take comfort in knowing I did the right thing, but comfort is hard to find at 3 in the morning when the nightmares come. I still check the locks twice every night. I still scan every room for exits when I enter. I still flinch when I see a police uniform. Some scars never heal completely. The old Crestwood Police Department building stands empty now. There's a memorial plaque outside listing the names of the victims. I've seen pictures of it online. I'll never visit it in person. Too risky, even now. I exposed the darkness behind that hidden door, but sometimes I feel like I never really left that room. The truth is, once you've seen something like that, a part of you stays there forever. I just hope what I did means no one else will ever have to find another room like it. Dachi Kudos. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before we moved to Misthollow. Looking back, I wish we'd never set foot in that house on Pinecrest Lane. I was 8 years old when my parents decided it was time for a change. My dad got a better job offer, and they found this old Victorian house that seemed perfect for our growing family. Me, my 2 younger sisters, and my older brother. The house looked innocent enough from the outside. It was painted a faded blue with white trim, had these gorgeous bay windows, and a wraparound porch that I was excited to play on. But something about it felt off. From the first day. I remember walking through the front door and feeling like someone was watching me. I brushed it off as being nervous about starting over in a new town. My first weird experience happened about 2 weeks after we moved in. I had the top bunk in the room I shared with my brother James. I had this heavy metal toy truck that I always kept on the shelf next to my bed. One night I was lying there trying to fall asleep when I heard this weird creaking sound. I opened my eyes just in time to see my truck sliding off the shelf, heading straight for my face. Here's the part that still gives me chills. The truck stopped mid-air, like completely stopped. There was this piece of string that somehow got wrapped around it. The string wasn't attached to anything. It was just there, wrapped around my truck, suspending it about 6 inches from my face. I didn't even own any string. I just lay there, frozen, staring at this truck hanging in midair. After what felt like forever, I reached out with shaking hands and grabbed it. The string fell away and disappeared. I never found it again. I didn't tell anyone because I thought they'd think I was making it up, but that was just the beginning. About a month later, my parents went grocery shopping with my siblings. I was supposed to go, but I had a headache, so they let me stay home alone. I was 11 by then, so it wasn't a big deal to be by myself for an hour or two. I was lying on the couch watching TV when I heard the front door open and my mom's voice calling, "We're home. Can someone help with the groceries?" I got up and walked to the front door, but no one was there. The door was still locked. Confused, I went back to the living room, but then I heard my dad's laugh coming from the kitchen. I called out, "Dad?" No answer. I walked to the kitchen, empty. Then I heard my little sister Emma giggling upstairs. The hairs on my arms stood up. I knew I was alone in the house. I ran upstairs anyway, checking every room. Nothing. As I stood in the hallway, the voices stopped all at once, like someone had hit mute. The silence was worse than the voices. It felt heavy, like it was pressing against my ears. I ran back downstairs and sat on the porch until my family actually came home. I never told them what happened. These things kept happening, and not just to me. One morning over breakfast, Emma asked James why he was calling her name in the middle of the night. James said he hadn't. He was asleep. Then my other sister, Lily, said she heard Emma calling her. We all started talking at once, realizing we'd all been hearing each other's voices when the person wasn't actually there. Our dogs were affected too. We had 2 golden retrievers, Max and Buddy. They would suddenly start barking at empty corners or walls, their hackles raised, growling at absolutely nothing. Sometimes they refused to enter certain rooms, especially the basement and the small bedroom at the end of the hall that we used for storage. The shadows were what scared me the most. I'd see them from the corner of my eye, tall, dark figures standing in doorways or at the end of hallways. When I'd turn to look directly at them, they'd be gone. This happened so often that I started avoiding going to the bathroom at night. I'd hold it until morning rather than walk down that dark hallway. Then I started waking up with bruises and scratches, small ones at first. A bruise on my arm that looked like fingerprints, a scratch on my back that I couldn't have done myself. My mom thought I was doing it in my sleep, but how could I reach the middle of my back? The worst was when I woke up with 3 long scratches down my chest, like someone had dragged their nails across my skin while I slept. They were deep enough to bleed a little. That's when my parents started to worry. My dad had grown up near the Appalachian Mountains in a small community where stories about ghosts and strange creatures were common. He told us he'd seen things as a kid, shadows in the woods that moved against the wind, lights where no lights should be. His childhood friends had seen them too. They'd all had experiences they couldn't explain. I remember thinking it was cool that my dad believed in that stuff. Now I understand why he looked so serious when he talked about it. There was this mirror that we'd brought with us from my grandmother's house after she died. It was an antique, really beautiful, with an ornate gold frame. My mom loved it and hung it in our upstairs hallway. I later found out that mirror had been in my grandmother's house, but before that, it came from an old house that had supposedly been haunted by some nasty spirits. After a particularly bad night where we all heard what sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the attic floor, we checked. Nothing was moved. My dad took the mirror down and got rid of it. He never said why exactly, but I think he suspected it might have been connected to what was happening. The activity seemed to die down for a while after that, but it never completely stopped. We still heard the voices, still saw the shadows. My parents had the house checked for gas leaks or anything that might cause hallucinations. They found nothing. What convinced me these weren't just in my head was that we all experienced similar things independently. My brother would mention seeing a tall shadow by his bed, and I'd get chills because I'd seen the same thing the night before. Emma would ask if anyone else heard the whispering coming from the walls, and Lily would go pale because she'd been hearing it too. We weren't suggesting these things to each other. We were all experiencing them separately, and then comparing notes. One incident stands out more than the others. It was summer, about a year after we moved in. I was playing video games in the living room when I heard someone call my name from the kitchen. It sounded exactly like my mom, so I paused my game and went to see what she wanted. The kitchen was empty. I called out for her, thinking maybe she'd gone to another room, but there was no answer. I went back to my game, a little freaked out but trying to ignore it. A few minutes later, I heard her again, this time from upstairs. "Mark, come here, please." I knew my mom had gone shopping, but the voice was so convincingly hers that I found myself heading upstairs anyway. As I reached the top of the stairs, I felt cold air hit me like I'd opened a freezer. It was July and around 90 degrees outside, but suddenly I could see my breath. The upstairs hallway was dark, even though it was the middle of the day. All the doors were closed, which was strange because we usually kept them open to help with air circulation. I called out again, "Mom?" No answer. I was about to turn around and go back downstairs when I heard her voice again coming from behind the storage room door at the end of the hall. "In here, Mark." Something felt wrong. The voice sounded like my mom, but there was something off about it. Something I can't quite explain even now. It was like hearing a perfect recording of someone's voice, but knowing it's not really them speaking. I stood there, frozen, staring at that door. Then I heard another voice, my actual mom's voice, coming from downstairs. The front door had opened, and she was calling out that she was home with groceries. Relief washed over me, and I turned to run downstairs. As I did, I heard the storage room door creak open behind me. I didn't look back. I just ran. When I got downstairs, my mom took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I was pale and shaking. I told her everything, and for once, she didn't try to explain it away. She just hugged me and said we'd figure it out. That night, things escalated. We were all sitting in the living room watching a movie when every single light in the house went out at once. Not like a power outage, just our house. We could see the neighbor's lights still on. Then the temperature dropped dramatically. We could all see our breath. The dog started going crazy, barking and howling. Then we heard it. Heavy footsteps walking across the ceiling, back and forth, back and forth. My dad grabbed a flashlight and went upstairs to check, but found nothing. While he was up there, the rest of us heard what sounded like dozens of people whispering all around us. We couldn't make out what they were saying, but it felt threatening, angry. When my dad came back down, he looked shaken. He said he'd felt something push him on the stairs, not hard enough to make him fall, but definitely a push. That was it for him. The next day, he started looking for a new place for us to live. It took 3 months to find somewhere and get moved out. Those were the longest 3 months of my life. The activity got worse, like whatever was in that house knew we were trying to leave and was angry about it. Objects would move right in front of us. Doors would slam shut. The whispering got louder. The scratches on my body got deeper. The day we moved out, I was carrying the last of my boxes to the moving truck when I glanced back at the house. There, in my bedroom window on the second floor, I saw a figure. It wasn't a shadow this time. It was solid, black, shaped like a person, but wrong somehow, like the proportions weren't quite human. It raised its hand, almost like it was waving goodbye. I dropped my box and ran to the car. We never went back to that house. I'm 26 now, and I still have nightmares about it. Sometimes I wake up with that same feeling of being watched. My family doesn't talk about it much, but I know they remember. How could we forget? I still don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else. All I know is that it was real, it was malicious, and it changed how I see the world. There are things out there that we can't explain. Things that exist in the shadows just beyond what we can see, and sometimes they reach out and touch our world in ways that leave scars, both visible and invisible. Story 20. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened in Oak Ridge. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking. I keep looking over my shoulder, worried someone from the town might have tracked me here. But people need to know what's happening in that place. 6 months ago, I was just doing my job. I'm a healthcare compliance auditor. Boring, right? I spend my days going through medical records, checking billing practices, making sure hospitals follow regulations. When I got assigned to review Oak Ridge Community Hospital in Central Ohio, I thought it would be like any other small-town assignment. The first red flag should have been how eager they were to have me. Usually, hospitals treat auditors like we're the plague. But Dr. Winters, the chief of medicine, personally emailed me to say how much they were looking forward to showcasing their innovative protocols. Who talks like that about a compliance audit? When I arrived, Oak Ridge looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. Perfect lawns, friendly neighbors, not a piece of trash anywhere. The kind of place where nothing bad ever happens. The hospital was unusually modern for such a small town, all gleaming chrome and pristine hallways. We're very proud of our mortality rates, Dr. Winters told me that first morning. He was tall, in his 60s maybe, with this unnervingly perfect posture. Lowest in the state for 15 consecutive years. I nodded, making notes. That's impressive. What's your secret? He smiled, showing teeth too white and even to be natural. Innovative transplant protocols. We've eliminated rejection concerns almost entirely. That should have been my second red flag. Organ rejection is a massive problem in transplant medicine. You can't just eliminate it. I spent that first day reviewing their official records. Everything looked perfect. Too perfect. No billing irregularities, immaculate documentation, patient satisfaction scores through the roof. But something felt off. The transplant success rates were impossible. 100% across all procedures. No one has 100% success rates in medicine. No one. That night in my hotel room, I got an email from an anonymous address. Check the basement level. Access code 8547. Not all patients are documented. I almost deleted it as spam, but something made me save it. The next morning, I arrived at the hospital earlier than scheduled. The reception area was empty except for a young nurse who barely looked up from her computer. I need to check some physical records in storage, I said casually. Can you point me to the basement level? She waved toward the elevator without interest. Badge access only after 5 p.m., but you should be fine now. The basement level wasn't what I expected. Instead of dusty file rooms, I found gleaming laboratories. No one was around, so I tried the access code from the email on a door marked cellular regeneration. To my surprise, it worked. What I saw inside will haunt me forever. The room was filled with cylindrical tanks, dozens of them, containing what looked like human organs in various stages of development. Hearts, livers, kidneys, even what appeared to be partial lung structures, all suspended in a bluish fluid connected to monitoring equipment. I was taking pictures with my phone when I heard voices approaching. I ducked behind a large centrifuge machine just as Dr. Winters entered with 2 technicians and a gurney carrying an unconscious patient. Prep the liver replacement unit, Winters instructed. The donor material is showing excellent compatibility markers. I watched in horror as they removed the patient's diseased liver, replaced it with an organ from one of the cultivation tanks, and then placed the removed organ in a unit labeled Materials Recovery. The procedure took less than 30 minutes, impossibly fast for a transplant. When they were finished, Dr. Winters examined a readout and nodded with satisfaction. Perfect integration. No rejection markers. Schedule the follow-up for next week and add him to the contribution program. After they left, I was shaking so badly I could barely stand. What the hell had I just witnessed? This wasn't standard medical practice. This was something else entirely. I spent the rest of that day in a daze, pretending to review files while frantically researching Oak Ridge on my laptop. The town had a population of just under 5,000. The main employer besides the hospital was Meridian Manufacturing, which operated a biomedical research division that received substantial government grants. But most disturbing was a community health report noting that 93% of adult residents participated in what was called cellular contribution programs. That evening, Mayor Robert Whitman invited me to dinner at his home, apparently standard practice for visiting officials. I almost declined, but I needed more information. The mayor's house was the largest in town, a colonial-style mansion with grounds that looked like they required a full-time staff. Inside, I met several town officials, including Dr. Winters and the hospital administrator. Everyone was polite, charming even, but I noticed something odd. Despite most of them being in their 60s or older, they all looked incredibly healthy. No age spots, no wrinkles around their eyes, perfect skin tone. After dinner, Mayor Whitman invited me into his study while the others had coffee in the living room. He poured me a glass of red wine and settled into a leather chair. "I understand you've been very thorough in your audit, Ms. Mills," he said, watching me carefully. "Did you find anything interesting?" I tried to keep my voice steady. "Your transplant success rates are remarkable." He smiled. "They are, aren't they? But that's not all you found, is it?" My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. "I'm not sure what you mean." He leaned forward. "Catherine, may I call you Catherine? Oak Ridge operates under special research exemptions granted during the early Cold War. We've developed what we call the replacement program. Residents contribute tissue samples for rapid cultivation of compatible organ replacements." "That's not legal," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "It's not illegal either, not for us. Our exemptions allow medical advancement unhindered by conventional oversight. The results speak for themselves." He pulled up his sleeve and showed me a small scar on his forearm. "New vascular system 5 years ago." "I'm 72, Catherine. Do I look 72 to you?" He didn't. He looked 50, maybe younger. "What about the patients? Are they consenting to this?" "Of course," he said smoothly. "Everyone in Oak Ridge understands the arrangement. Those who contribute more get priority for replacements. It's a perfectly balanced system." That's when it hit me. They'd created a hierarchical biological economy where privileged residents continuously received organs cultivated from genetic materials harvested from those deemed less essential. Some had replaced all major organs except the brain, effectively halting biological aging. "And what about outsiders?" I asked. "People who come to the hospital for treatment." His smile tightened slightly. "Everyone who receives care contributes. It's only fair." I felt sick. "And what happens to those who refuse?" "No one refuses, Catherine. The benefits are too obvious." I looked down at my wine glass and noticed a strange metallic aftertaste I hadn't registered before. "What's in this wine?" "Just a harmless marker compound. It's mapping your vascular system as we speak. Standard procedure for potential program participants." I almost dropped the glass. "I never consented to that." "But you will," he said confidently. "We're offering you partnership, Catherine. Modify your audit findings, join our community, and receive immediate upgrades. That heart murmur you've had since childhood? Gone. The migraines that have plagued you for years? History. We can add decades to your life." "And if I refuse?" His expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop. "We'd be very disappointed, and I'm afraid your audit would face significant challenges. Evidence can be so malleable." I forced myself to smile. "I need time to think about it." "Of course," he said. "Take all the time you need, but I should mention, the markers in your system will dissolve by morning. If you decide to accept our offer, we'll need to administer them again." I left shortly after, driving back to my hotel in a panic. I packed my bags, ready to flee, but as I was about to leave, I realized something terrible. I had no proof, just my word against an entire town of respected medical professionals. And worse, I was already marked, already in their system. That night, I made the decision that still haunts me. I stayed. I agreed to their terms. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd expose them once I had enough proof. But the truth is, I was terrified and curious. 6 months later, I'm still here. I've received what they call minor upgrades, procedures that eliminated my migraines and fixed my heart arrhythmia. I feel better than I have in years, clearer, stronger. I now oversee compliance for the program, ensuring everything runs smoothly. I insisted on one modification: proper consent protocols for all participants. Dr. Winters agreed surprisingly easily, but sometimes, late at night, I wonder about the true meaning of consent within a system where refusal means obsolescence. I wonder if the clarity I now feel represents enhancement or capitulation. Yesterday I found a lump in my breast. Dr. Winters assures me it's nothing a simple replacement procedure can't fix, and I'm ashamed to admit how relieved I felt hearing that. The most terrifying thing isn't what they're doing in Oak Ridge, it's how quickly I've come to accept it, how easily I've justified my role in it all. I started this message as a confession, a warning to the world, but now I'm not sure I'll ever send it. The program needs protection. We're doing important work here, aren't we? Story 21. I still hear him playing sometimes. Even now, over 40 years later, I can close my eyes and hear the gentle strumming of his guitar across the water. The memory of that day is burned into my mind like a brand. June 12th, 1979. I was 17 years old. San Miguel was different back then. We didn't have cell phones or internet. Our village was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, where summer days stretched out forever and young love bloomed under the watchful eyes of gossiping abuelas. I'd been in love with Miguel Alvarez since I was 14. Not the childish kind of love, but the kind that makes your stomach flutter whenever they walk into a room. Miguel was 19, tall with warm brown eyes that crinkled at the corners when he laughed. Everyone called him El Músico because he was never without his guitar, a worn, beautiful thing his father had given him before passing away. That morning, I spent an hour getting ready, trying on 3 different dresses before settling on my favorite, a simple white cotton dress with embroidered flowers that my mother had made. I tied my favorite navy blue ribbon in my hair, the one my grandmother had given me for my quinceañera. I remember my mother watching me from the doorway with knowing eyes. "You look beautiful, Sophia," she said. "Is Miguel going to be at the river today?" I blushed and pretended not to care, but my mother knew. Mothers always know. The walk to the river took 20 minutes. I can still feel the hot dirt road beneath my sandals, the weight of the picnic basket on my arm, the nervous energy buzzing through me. When I arrived, most of our friends were already there. Elena, Joaquin, Lucia, and Marco were setting up a spot under the large cottonwood tree that provided the best shade. And there was Miguel, sitting on a large flat rock by the water, strumming his guitar. When he looked up and saw me, his whole face lit up in a way that made my heart skip. "Sophia," he called, waving me over. He'd saved a spot for me next to him. I still remember every detail of that afternoon, the smell of wildflowers and river water, the sound of cicadas competing with Miguel's guitar, the taste of fresh oranges and sweet bread from our picnic, the way Miguel kept finding excuses to sit closer to me, to brush his hand against mine when passing food. Around 3 o'clock, the sun was beating down mercilessly. Elena suggested we cool off in the river and everyone agreed enthusiastically. I stood to follow the girls to our usual swimming spot when Miguel caught my wrist gently. "Wait," he said softly. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" His eyes were serious in a way I'd never seen before. My friends giggled as they walked away, leaving us alone. Miguel set his guitar aside and stood, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. "Sophia," he began, his voice slightly shaky. "I was wondering if I could come by your house tonight to speak with your father." My heart nearly stopped. In our small traditional village, there was only one reason a young man would formally ask to speak to a girl's father. I must have looked shocked because Miguel quickly added, "Only if you want me to, of course." "Yes," I managed to whisper. "Yes, I'd like that very much." His smile in that moment, I've never seen anything more beautiful. On impulse, I reached up and untied the ribbon from my hair. I took his wrist and tied the navy blue ribbon around it, making a small bow. "What's this for?" he asked, touching it with his fingertips. "So you won't forget to come," I said, trying to sound playful despite my racing heart. Miguel laughed. "I promise I'll be there, Sophia. Wild horses couldn't keep me away." He never did come to my door that night. The boys went downstream to the deeper part of the river where huge rocks formed natural diving platforms. Us girls stayed in the calmer waters, splashing and laughing. I remember floating on my back, staring at the blue sky, daydreaming about what it would be like to be Miguel's novia official, his official girlfriend. Maybe in a year or two we'd be married. We'd have a small house with flowers in the window, and every evening he would play his guitar while I cooked dinner. The screams shattered my daydream. At first, I thought it was just the boys being rowdy, but then I heard the panic in their voices. Ayuda! Ayuda! Help! Help! I scrambled out of the water. Everyone was running downstream. I followed, my wet feet slipping on the rocks. When I reached the diving spot, Marco was diving repeatedly into the water. Joaquin stood on the rocks, scanning the river frantically. What happened? I gasped. Elena grabbed my arm, her face pale. It's Miguel. He jumped and never came up. Time seemed to slow down. I remember watching the water, waiting for his dark head to break the surface, for him to laugh and say it was all a joke. But minutes passed, then more boys from the village arrived, then men with ropes and poles to search the deeper parts. I stood there until sunset, my dress drying stiff with river water, my feet bleeding from standing on sharp rocks. Miguel's guitar sat abandoned on the bank where he'd left it, as if waiting for him to return. They found his body a week later, caught in branches downstream. The navy blue ribbon was still tied around his wrist. I didn't speak for 3 months after that. My parents were worried I'd never recover. In my grief, I took Miguel's guitar. His mother insisted I have it and taught myself to play. It was the only thing that brought me any peace. I would sit for hours, my fingers bleeding as I practiced the songs he used to play, trying to feel closer to him. That's when the strange things started happening. At first, it was just dreams. Vivid dreams where I'd hear Miguel playing his guitar outside my window. I'd wake up with tears on my face, the melody still ringing in my ears. I told myself it was just grief playing tricks on my mind. Then, about 6 months after Miguel's death, I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of actual guitar music. It was faint, like it was coming from far away, but unmistakable. The melody was Bésame Mucho, the song Miguel had been playing for me the day he died. I got out of bed and went to my window. The street outside was empty, silent except for that ghostly music that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It lasted maybe 30 seconds before fading away. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? But it happened again and again. Always in the middle of the night, always the same song, always stopping before reaching the end. My mother noticed the dark circles under my eyes. "No puedes dormir?" she asked one morning. "Can't you sleep?" I shook my head. "I keep hearing music at night." I expected her to tell me I was imagining things. Instead, she crossed herself and said, "I've heard it too." That's when she told me about her own grandmother who had lost her fiancé before their wedding, how his spirit had returned to finish their dance at what would have been their wedding day. "When promises are left unfulfilled," she said, "sometimes the dead cannot rest." I remembered Miguel's promise, "I'll be there tonight," a promise he couldn't keep. The music continued for months, always stopping at the same part of the song, always unfinished, like Miguel's life, like our story together. Then came the night of December 9th, exactly 6 months after Miguel died. A terrible storm had blown in, with rain lashing against the windows and thunder shaking the house. I was lying awake, listening to the storm, when I heard it. Not music this time, but knocking. 3 loud knocks on our front door. My father woke immediately. He'd always been a light sleeper. "¿Quién será a esta hora?" he muttered. Who could it be at this hour? It was past midnight. No one in our village would come calling so late unless it was an emergency. My father grabbed his machete from beside the bed, and I heard him walk to the front door, my mother following behind with a candle. I got up and stood in my doorway, watching as my father peered through the small window beside our door. The rain was coming down in sheets. "No, hey, Nady," he called back. "There's no one there." He was about to return to bed when the knocking came again, louder, more insistent. 3 knocks, then 3 more. My father yanked the door open, machete raised, but the porch was empty, just rain and darkness. He stepped outside to look around, then came back in, shaking his head. "It must be the wind," my mother suggested, but her voice trembled. They had just turned to go back to their room when the door, which my father had firmly closed and latched, swung open with a bang. Cold wind and rain gusted in, extinguishing my mother's candle. My father cursed and went to close it again, but then froze. In the brief flash of lightning, we all saw them. Wet footprints on our tile floor, leading from the doorway into the house. Men's footprints from bare feet. They led straight to my bedroom door, where I stood paralyzed with fear. And then, in the darkness, I felt it. Cold, wet fingers brushing against my cheek so gently. The scent of river water filled my nostrils. My mother screamed. My father rushed forward with his machete. The touch disappeared. When my mother managed to relight the candle, there was nothing there, just those wet footprints that stopped abruptly at my door. But on the floor, where the footprints ended, lay a sodden navy blue ribbon. We never found out who or what came to our door that night. The footprints had dried by morning, and my father forbade us from speaking about it to anyone in the village. But I knew. Deep in my heart, I knew it was Miguel, trying to keep his promise to come to me, his spirit unable to rest because of our unfinished business. The music stopped after that night. The knocking never came again, but sometimes when I'm alone and it's very quiet, I swear I can hear the faintest strumming of guitar strings playing the beginning of Bésame Mucho. It never finishes the song. I'm an old woman now. I've had a good life, a husband who loved me, children, grandchildren, but I've never forgotten Miguel or that summer day by the river. I still have his guitar, though my arthritic fingers can no longer play it, and in my jewelry box, carefully preserved, is a faded navy blue ribbon that smells faintly of river water, no matter how many times I wash it. Your story 22. I've never told this to anyone outside my immediate family, but something's been following me my entire life. I call him Steve. I know it sounds ridiculous to give a name to whatever this is, but it helps me cope, makes it feel less terrifying somehow. I'm 23 now, but this started when I was just a kid back in Santiago Hills. We lived in this old house with long hallways that always seemed darker than they should be, even during the day. The first time I remember seeing Steve, I was playing with my toys in my bedroom. I had this feeling of being watched, you know, that prickling sensation on the back of your neck. When I looked up, there was this tall black figure standing in the hallway, just watching me. He wasn't just a shadow. That's what makes this different from all those shadow people stories you read about. Steve has substance. He can touch things, move objects, and his eyes, God, his eyes are this unnatural green that seems to be leaking or bleeding somehow. I can't describe it properly, but they're wrong in a way that makes my stomach turn. I thought he was my imaginary friend at first. Kids have those, right? But imaginary friends don't make your toys move when you're not touching them. They don't whisper your name in the dark when your parents are asleep. The night that changed everything happened when I was around 5. My cousins were over and they were older and kind of mean. We were playing in the backyard and they locked me outside as a joke. The sun had set and our yard backed up to this wooded area that was pitch black at night. I was pounding on the glass sliding door, crying for someone to let me in, when I felt it. Something was watching me from the tree line. I stopped crying immediately. It was like my body knew before my mind did that making noise was dangerous. I slowly turned around, and there he was, a tall figure standing at the edge of the trees. I couldn't make out details, just this black silhouette that seemed darker than the night around it, but I could feel those eyes on me. When my aunt finally opened the door and pulled me inside, I was shaking so hard she thought I was having some kind of fit. Later that night, I woke up to use the bathroom and saw him again, standing outside, looking in through the glass door, just staring. We moved to Australia when I was 5, and I thought maybe I'd left Steve behind. I was wrong. Things actually got worse. The bathroom mirror incident is what convinced me this wasn't just my imagination. I was standing in front of the sink, brushing my teeth. I remember frowning because I'd gotten toothpaste on my shirt. But my reflection was smiling back at me. Not just smiling, grinning. A wide, unnatural grin that kept getting bigger as I stared at it. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears as I backed away. The grin stretched wider than any human mouth could, and then I ran. I slammed the bathroom door and suddenly realized my bedroom had mirrors too. What if he could come through them? I ended up sleeping in my parents' room that night, telling them I had a nightmare. I didn't know how to explain what I'd seen. The worst part is that Steve isn't always threatening. Sometimes he's helped me. When I was 8, I nearly drowned in a lagoon near our house. I remember walking into the water, almost like I was in a trance. I kept going deeper and deeper until I was completely submerged. I should have panicked, should have fought to get back to the surface, but I just kept walking. 5 minutes. That's how long my parents say I was underwater. It should have been impossible to survive. But then I felt these ice-cold hands grip my armpits and yank me upward. I heard a voice in my head, not through my ears, but inside my skull, saying, "Get out of the water." The hands pulled me all the way to the shore, and when I looked around, gasping and coughing, there was no one there, just those wet, child-sized footprints leading away from me. As I got older, Steve got more physical. He knocks on walls, always in sets of 3. He opens and closes doors. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll hear footsteps in the hallway, but when I check, no one's there. He makes these low, growling noises that seem to come from inside the walls and scratching sounds from the ceiling. One night when I was about 12, I woke up feeling like someone was watching me. I saw a figure standing in my doorway, one hand on the wall, head lowered. I thought it was my mom checking on me. "Mom?" I called out, my voice thick with sleep. No response. The figure didn't move. I reached for my glasses on the nightstand and put them on. As soon as my vision cleared, the figure quickly moved away, heading toward the bathroom. I got up and followed, but when I reached the bathroom, it was empty, completely empty. There was nowhere someone could have gone that quickly. I've learned to live with Steve, more or less. I know his patterns now. He's most active at night, especially around 3 in the morning. He hates it when I have friends over and will often try to scare them away by making noises or moving their belongings. One friend lost his phone only to find it in his car later. He swore he'd left it on my coffee table. The thing that freaks me out the most is when Steve imitates me. He can look exactly like me. Same face, same clothes, everything, except for his eyes. They're always open too wide, showing too much white, in a way I physically can't replicate when I try in the mirror. My mom once told me she saw me standing at the end of the hallway, staring at her with those too wide eyes, before I smiled and locked a door. I was at school when this happened. He can mimic voices too. My dad once answered the phone and heard my voice calling for help, saying I was lost and scared. He was halfway out the door before the real me walked into the living room, confused about why he was so panicked. The thing is, Steve has saved my life more than once. When I was 16, I was crossing the street with my headphones in, not paying attention. I felt those same cold hands grab me and yank me backward, hard enough to leave bruises. A car sped past, missing me by inches. Another time, I was about to step off a curb when something shoved me from behind. I stumbled forward, falling onto my hands and knees as a motorcycle whizzed by exactly where I would have been standing. I've tried everything to get rid of him. My parents had the house blessed. We tried smudging with sage. I've worn protective amulets and crystals. Nothing works. Steve remains. Last year, I moved into my own apartment, hoping maybe he was somehow attached to my parents' house. For 2 blissful weeks, everything was normal. Then one night, I woke up to those familiar 3 knocks on my bedroom wall. He had followed me. The incident that happened today is why I'm finally writing this all down. I was in my kitchen making coffee when I heard someone call my name from the living room. It sounded exactly like my voice. Ethan. I froze, coffee mug halfway to my lips. Ethan, come here. I knew better than to answer. Steve gets stronger when you acknowledge him directly. But then I heard a crash from the living room, loud enough that my downstairs neighbor banged on their ceiling in response. Against my better judgment, I went to investigate. My bookshelf had been knocked over, books scattered everywhere. And there, written in the dust on my TV screen, "I am not Steve." I backed away, heart racing, when something caught my eye in the hallway mirror. It wasn't my reflection staring back at me. It was me, but not me. Eyes too wide, smile too big. As I watched, frozen in place, it slowly raised one finger to its lips in a shushing gesture. Then it spoke, its mouth moving in perfect sync with words that came out distorted and deep, like a man's voice played at the wrong speed. "He's coming, the real one." My reflection's hand reached out, seeming to press against the glass from the other side. The mirror's surface rippled like water, and those cold, familiar fingers began to emerge. I ran. I'm at a coffee shop now, typing this with shaking hands. I don't know what "he's coming," the real one, means. I don't know who or what Steve really is. Maybe he's been protecting me all this time from something worse. Maybe the drowning, the cars, all of it. Maybe those weren't accidents, but attempts by something else to harm me, attempts that Steve prevented. All I know is that I can't go back to my apartment right now, and as I sit here I keep seeing glimpses of a tall figure with green eyes reflected in the coffee shop windows, watching me, waiting. I still don't know what he wants after all these years, but I'm starting to think I'm going to find out very soon.